Boring history for sleep the night the Roman Empire felt endless. Take a slow breath, settle into your favorite chair or beneath a warm blanket, and imagine that somewhere in the distance, a bronze bell echoes softly through the cool night air. The sound drifts over quiet hills, sleepy farms, and ancient stone roads. It is not calling soldiers to war. It is simply marking another peaceful evening in one of history's greatest empires. Tonight, we are not chasing famous battles or legendary heroes. Instead, we are walking slowly into the ordinary life of ancient Rome, the side of history that rarely appears in textbooks. Because if you had traveled back nearly 2,000 years, the first thing that might have surprised you wasn't the enormous temples or magnificent palaces. It was just how normal everything felt. The year is around AD 120. The Roman Empire stretches farther than almost anyone can imagine. If you began walking from northern Britain and somehow continued all the way to the deserts of Egypt, you could remain inside Roman territory for months. Millions of people wake beneath Roman rule. Farmers, teachers, merchants, bakers, doctors, children, grandparents. Most of them never meet an emperor. Many never even see Rome itself. Yet every sunrise, their lives quietly connect to the greatest empire on earth. As dawn arrives, soft golden light touches rows of tiled rooftops. Smoke curls gently from clay chimneys. Roosters announce another ordinary morning. In a modest home outside the city walls, a family wakes before sunrise. The father quietly dresses in a simple wool tunic. His sandals have been repaired many times. Leather is valuable, nothing useful is wasted. His wife begins grinding grain between two heavy stones. The steady rhythm has hardly changed for generations. The sound is almost hypnotic, stone against stone, grain becoming flour. Bread beginning long before anyone tastes it. Nearby, children slowly open sleepy eyes. There are no alarm clocks, only sunlight, birdsong. And routine breakfast is wonderfully simple: fresh bread, olives, cheese, perhaps dried figs if the family enjoyed a successful harvest. Luxury foods exist, but most Romans never experience extravagant feasts. Those belong mostly to wealthy families whose stories survive in history books. Ordinary people live differently, and strangely enough, their quiet routines tell us far more about the Roman Empire than any emperor ever could. Outside, the streets gradually become alive. Donkeys pull wooden carts over carefully placed stones. Blacksmiths begin heating their furnaces. Potters open workshop doors. Merchants arrange baskets filled with onions, garlic, apples, herbs, and grapes. Everything feels calm, predictable, comforting. One remarkable feature surprises nearly every modern visitor: the roads. Roman roads are astonishing. Engineers carefully layer stone, gravel, and sand until the surface becomes firm enough to last for centuries. Rainwater drains away instead of collecting. Even today, some Roman roads still exist beneath modern highways. Imagine that. A road built nearly 2,000 years ago quietly supporting life. Even now, travelers begin arriving from neighboring villages. Some carry wool, others transport wine, some bring pottery, others lead sheep toward nearby markets. Different languages fill the air: Latin, Greek, Celtic dialects, Egyptian voices, North African accents. The Roman Empire is not one people. It is many worlds peacefully connected by roads, laws, and trade. A messenger rides past. His horse moves steadily, not racing. He carries official government letters. Across the empire, relay stations allow fresh horses to replace tired ones. Information moves surprisingly quickly for the ancient world. No internet, no telephones, yet messages sometimes travel hundreds of miles in only a few days. For ancient civilization, that feels almost miraculous. Near the marketplace, the smell of warm bread drifts through cool morning air. Bakers have worked since midnight. Wood-fired ovens glow softly behind thick brick walls. Fresh loaves emerge with crisp golden crusts. Bread is life. The average Roman eats it almost every day. Some loaves even bear official bakery stamps. Archaeologists later discover several perfectly preserved in volcanic ash after the eruption of Mount Vesuvius. For nearly 2,000 years, those loaves patiently waited beneath layers of history. Water quietly flows through nearby fountains. Most people never wonder where it comes from. They simply trust it will always arrive. Hidden beyond distant hills, Roman aqueducts carry fresh mountain water over astonishing distances. Some stretch for more than 50 miles. Gravity alone performs the work. No electric pumps, no engines, just remarkable engineering and careful mathematics. Every drop slowly journeys downhill, patiently, silently. Reliably, children laugh beside the fountain. One chases another with a wooden hoop. Another practices writing letters on a wax tablet. Mistakes disappear with the smooth edge of a stylus. No paper wasted, just erase, try again. Learn slowly. Education depends greatly on family wealth. Some children study literature and philosophy. Others never attend formal lessons. Instead, they learn farming, carpentry, fishing, metalworking. Skills pass quietly from one generation to another. Knowledge lives inside hands as much as books. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, the emperor likely begins another busy day, perhaps reading reports, meeting senators, approving construction projects. Yet ordinary citizens continue their routines almost unchanged. Empires often appear enormous from above, but from street level, life remains surprisingly personal. Neighbors greet neighbors, parents comfort children. Bread still needs baking. Fields still need planting. Animals still require feeding. History moves quietly, one ordinary morning at a time as the sun climbs higher into the peaceful Roman sky. Our slow journey through the empire is only beginning. Ahead lie magnificent baths, peaceful libraries, forgotten villages, mysterious frontier forts, and countless untold stories of ordinary people whose names history never recorded, but whose lives quietly built one of the greatest civilizations the world has ever known. Part 2, the empire wakes completely. The morning sun slowly climbs above the rolling hills, casting long golden rays across rooftops of clay tile and limestone. The air is still pleasantly cool, and the streets, which only an hour ago felt nearly empty, have become gently alive with the steady rhythm of everyday Roman life. There is no hurry, no engines, no buzzing phones, only footsteps, quiet conversations, and the occasional creak of wooden wagon wheels rolling across carefully fitted stone streets. If you were standing here, your ears would notice something unusual. The city is busy, yet it is not loud. The sounds blend together into something peaceful. Birds flutter between rooftops. Water trickles endlessly from a public fountain. A blacksmith taps glowing iron with slow, practiced movements. A baker slides another loaf into a warm brick oven. Somewhere nearby, a child laughs. These are the sounds of an empire that has learned to organize daily life with remarkable precision. Every Roman town, whether large or small, follows familiar patterns. Wide main streets often cross one another near the center. Markets gather nearby. Government buildings stand proudly beside open squares. Temples overlook busy gathering places. Even travelers arriving hundreds of miles from home often recognize the familiar layout. It creates something comforting. No matter where someone travels within much of the empire, the world feels surprisingly familiar. At the marketplace, merchants continue arranging their goods. One carefully stacks bright red apples. Another displays woven baskets. Nearby, jars of fragrant olive oil catch the morning sunlight. Glass bottles shimmer softly. Roman glassmakers are among the finest in the ancient world. Some pieces are nearly transparent. Others glow with gentle shades of blue or green. To modern eyes, they seem ordinary. To ancient visitors, they appear almost magical. Coins quietly pass from hand to hand. Most carry the portrait of the emperor. These small silver and bronze pieces travel astonishing distances. A coin minted in Rome might eventually reach Britain. Another could find its way into Egypt. Each one reminds citizens that they belong to something much larger than their hometown. An empire connected not only by roads, but by trust. Nearby, a farmer arrives after walking several miles. His wagon carries onions, cabbage, fresh herbs, eggs, and honey gathered from carefully tended beehives. Nothing is wrapped in plastic. Everything comes directly from fields, gardens, orchards, or forests. Nearly every meal depends on the changing seasons. People understand nature because they must. Rain matters. Sunshine matters. Healthy soil matters. Every harvest shapes the coming year. Across town, a teacher begins another lesson. Students sit on simple wooden benches. There are no colorful classrooms. No electric lights. Sunlight streams through open windows instead. Children carefully copy Latin letters onto wax tablets. Some whisper grammar exercises. Others practice reading famous poetry. Education demands patience. Ink is expensive. Books are precious. Mistakes are corrected slowly. Learning itself is considered a lifelong journey. Not every child attends school. Many remain with their families. A young boy follows his father into the workshop of a carpenter. He watches carefully as smooth cedar boards become tables and chairs. No instruction manual exists. Knowledge passes from experienced hand to curious eyes. Day after day, year after year, generation after generation, a young girl helps her mother prepare wool. The soft fleece must first be cleaned, then combed, then carefully spun into thread. Later it will become warm clothing. The process takes many hours. Almost every piece of fabric inside the Roman Empire begins exactly this way. Slowly, patiently, entire families often work together. As midday approaches, sunlight warms the stone streets. Many workers pause for a simple meal. Bread remains the center of nearly every table. Perhaps there is goat cheese, fresh olives, a handful of grapes, sometimes salted fish, occasionally roasted vegetable seasoned with herbs growing nearby. Meals are nourishing rather than extravagant. People value food because producing it requires enormous effort. Nothing is taken for granted. Not far away rises one of Rome's greatest achievements, the public bath. Modern visitors often imagine baths as luxurious spas. The reality is far more interesting. For many Romans, the baths serve as community centers. Friends meet there. Business agreements begin there. News spreads there. Travelers exchange stories. Children play. Older citizens discuss politics. Some baths are enormous, containing libraries, gardens, exercise yards, fountains, and beautiful marble halls. Warm steam drifts gently through the air. Water echoes softly against polished stone. Even after a long day of work, the atmosphere encourages relaxation. The heating system beneath the floors amazes modern engineers. Hot air travels through empty spaces under stone floors and inside hollow walls. Entire rooms remain comfortably warm, all without electricity. The Romans call this ingenious design the hypocaust. It quietly demonstrates how advanced Roman engineering truly became. Outside the city walls, vineyards stretch across gentle hillsides. Rows of grapevines sway lightly in the afternoon breeze. Wine has become one of Rome's most important products. Almost everyone drinks it, usually mixed with water. Clean drinking water is available in many places, but diluted wine remains a common everyday beverage. Children often drink watered-down versions as well. It is simply part of ordinary life. Beyond the vineyards lie endless fields of grain. Wheat feeds cities. Harvest season transforms peaceful landscapes into places of determined activity. Every bundle matters. Every wagon counts. A poor harvest in one region can affect thousands of families far away. The empire survives because food continues moving along roads, rivers, and sea routes with remarkable efficiency. As afternoon sunlight softens, travelers continue arriving from distant provinces. One merchant has crossed the Mediterranean Sea. Another has journeyed through mountain passes. Someone speaks Greek. Another speaks Latin. Others speak languages unfamiliar, even to nearby listeners. The Roman Empire is less like a single nation, and more like dozens of ancient cultures quietly sharing one enormous world. Far beyond the peaceful marketplace, soldiers stand watch along distant frontiers. Most never fight great battles. Instead, they patrol roads, repair bridges, escort travelers, build forts, write letters home. Many spend decades stationed far from their birthplace. Some eventually settle there permanently after retirement, helping Roman customs spread even farther. As shadows gradually lengthen across stone streets, the city begins preparing for evening. The busiest hours are slowly passing. Merchants count their remaining coins. Children return home. Bakers sell the final warm loaves of the day. Smoke rises gently from hundreds of household kitchens. Another peaceful Roman evening is about to begin. And somewhere beyond the western horizon, the sun continues its timeless journey, just as it has for countless generations before. To be continued in Part 3. Part 3, when evening settled over the Roman world as the afternoon slowly fades into evening, the bright white stones of the city begin to glow with warm shades of amber and gold. Long shadows stretch across the streets, and the heat of the day gently slips away. The pace of life becomes even slower. This is the hour when the Roman world seems to breathe a little more deeply. Merchants begin folding pieces of cloth over their remaining goods. Wooden shutters close one by one. The marketplace, so lively only hours earlier, gradually becomes quieter. A few travelers hurry to find an inn before darkness settles. Others continue walking, trusting the famous Roman roads beneath their feet. Unlike modern cities, ancient Rome has no electric streetlights. When the sun disappears, darkness arrives surprisingly quickly. Oil lamps become essential. Small clay lamps filled with olive oil are carefully lit inside homes. A simple cotton wick burns with a gentle golden flame. The light is soft. It flickers quietly against painted walls. It is just enough for conversation, reading, or finishing a little work before sleep inside a modest family home. Supper is nearly ready. A pot of vegetable stew simmers slowly over glowing coals. Fresh bread rests on a wooden table. Goat cheese is sliced into small portions. A handful of olives completes the evening meal. The family gathers together. There is no television, no radio, no glowing screens. The evening belongs entirely to conversation. Parents ask children about their day. Neighbors occasionally stop by for a friendly visit. Stories pass from one generation to the next, spoken aloud beneath the warm glow of oil lamps for wealthier Romans. Dinner can last much longer. Several courses may be served. Roasted fish from the Mediterranean, fresh oysters, honey cakes, seasonal fruits, spiced wine. Musicians sometimes play gentle melodies on the lyre or flute, while guests discuss philosophy, politics, literature, and distant lands. Yet even among the wealthy, meals are as much about companionship as food. Time moves slowly. There is no rush across the city. Public baths remain busy. Many citizens visit after finishing work. Steam rises lazily from warm pools. Friends continue conversations begun earlier in the marketplace. Some debate recent news from distant provinces. Others simply enjoy the comfort of warm water after a long day. The baths are peaceful. The sound of flowing water echoes gently beneath high stone ceilings. For many Romans, this is the most relaxing part of the day outside the city gates. Farmers complete their final tasks. Sheep are gathered safely into stone enclosures. Goats wander back toward wooden barns. Oxen finish pulling heavy wagons before receiving fresh hay. The countryside grows quieter with every passing minute. Only birds continue singing as they prepare for the night as darkness spreads. Another remarkable system quietly comes to life: the Roman Night Watch. Although crime still exists, many towns organize patrols to help prevent fires and maintain order. Fire is one of the greatest dangers in any ancient city. Most buildings contain wooden beams. Many roofs are covered with flammable materials. A single careless flame could threaten an entire neighborhood. Night watchmen carry simple equipment and remain alert until dawn far away from Rome itself. Life continues across the vast empire. In Britain, cool evening mist drifts across grassy hills. Roman soldiers stationed near the northern frontier gather around small fires. Some polish helmets, others repair sandals. One quietly writes a letter home. The letter may travel hundreds of miles before reaching family members living near the Mediterranean. Weeks will pass before they read his careful handwriting. Yet the Roman postal system makes such communication possible in Egypt. Evening feels completely different. The hot desert air finally begins to cool. Palm trees sway gently beside the Nile River. Small fishing boats glide silently across calm water. Farmers finish irrigating fertile fields that have depended upon the Nile for thousands of years. Although Egypt became part of the Roman Empire, many traditions remain wonderfully ancient. Roman rule blends with Egyptian customs rather than replacing them entirely. Meanwhile, in the busy port city of Ostia, ships continue arriving before darkness. Large merchant vessels carry grain from North Africa, wine from Spain, olive oil from Greece, marble from distant quarries, glass from Syria, spices from lands even farther east. Every cargo helps sustain millions of people across the empire. Without these ships, Rome itself could not survive. The empire depends as much upon peaceful trade as military strength. Back inside the capital, libraries quietly close for the evening. Scrolls are carefully returned to wooden shelves. Each handwritten scroll represents months of careful work. Books are precious treasures. Professional scribes copy every word by hand. A single mistake requires patient correction. Knowledge spreads slowly, yet it spreads remarkably far. Greek philosophy, Roman law, Egyptian mathematics, and countless local traditions gradually influence one another across the empire. As the stars begin appearing overhead, astronomers quietly observe the night sky. Without modern city lights, the heavens appear astonishingly bright. The Milky Way stretches clearly across the darkness like a glowing river. Ancient scholars carefully record the movements of planets and stars. Although they do not yet understand the universe completely, their observations will inspire generations of future scientists. Within ordinary homes, children slowly become sleepy. Parents extinguish all but one small lamp. Blankets made from woven wool provide warmth during cool nights. Doors are secured with simple wooden bars. Outside, only distant footsteps occasionally echo through narrow streets. The city grows wonderfully peaceful. Somewhere, a dog barks once. Then silence. The enormous Roman Empire. Millions of people now drift toward sleep beneath the very same stars. Some sleep inside elegant villas decorated with colorful mosaics. Others rest in humble cottages built from stone and timber. Some sleep aboard merchant ships, gently rocking in quiet harbors. Others lie inside frontier forts where distant forests whisper in the night breeze. Though their lives are very different, they all share this same peaceful evening beneath one vast Roman sky. And tomorrow, as the first rays of sunlight touch the empire once again, another ordinary day will begin, quietly adding one more page to the long, remarkable story of history. To be continued in Part 4. Part 4, a morning along the Roman roads. Long before the first rays of sunlight reach the rooftops of Rome, the empire is already beginning to stir. The stars still shine overhead. A faint silver moon hangs above the quiet countryside. The cool air carries the scent of damp earth, fresh grass, and distant pine forests. Somewhere in the darkness, an owl calls one last time before disappearing into the trees. Then, almost without notice, another day quietly begins. Far outside the great cities, one of the empire's greatest achievements stretches toward the horizon. The Roman roads. From above, they appear almost endless. Straight, solid, reliable. More than 50,000 miles of paved roads connect the empire, while hundreds of thousands of additional miles of smaller routes link villages, farms, forts, and ports. For many Romans, these roads are simply part of everyday life. Yet they are among the greatest engineering accomplishments of the ancient world. The builders believe a road should last for generations. They begin by digging deep into the earth. Large stones form the foundation. Above them comes crushed rock, then smaller gravel. Finally, tightly fitted paving stones create a remarkably smooth surface. Slight curves allow rainwater to drain away instead of collecting. Some roads remain usable nearly 2,000 years later. Their builders could never have imagined that people in the distant future would still admire their work. As dawn slowly brightens the eastern sky, the first travelers appear. A shepherd guides a flock of sheep toward fresh, grazing land. The tiny bells hanging from a few animals produce a gentle, rhythmic sound. Clink, clink, clink. The flock moves peacefully along the roadside. Behind them walks an old sheepdog that has followed the same path countless times. Soon afterward, a merchant arrives with two sturdy mules pulling a wooden wagon. His cargo is carefully covered with woven cloth. Inside are fine pottery bowls crafted several provinces away. Each piece has survived hundreds of miles of travel without breaking. Roman roads make such journeys remarkably dependable. Merchants trust them. Governments maintain them. Travelers rely upon them. Along the roadside stand stone milestones. Each one quietly tells travelers how far they have come and how much farther they must go. Distances are measured from the heart of the empire itself. Rome. The old saying becomes famous. All roads lead to Rome. Of course, not every road literally reaches the capital. But together, they create an enormous network connecting nearly every corner of the empire. As sunlight spreads across rolling hills, another traveler appears. This one rides alone. He wears a simple cloak fastened with a bronze pin. At his side hangs a leather satchel containing official documents sealed with wax. He serves as an imperial courier. Fresh horses wait at relay stations, positioned along major routes. When one horse becomes tired, another immediately replaces it. The journey continues without long delays. Because of this remarkable system, important news often travels hundreds of miles in just a few days. For the ancient world, such speed seems extraordinary. Not everyone travels quickly. Many pilgrims walk quietly towards sacred temples. Some hope to offer thanks. Others seek guidance. Many simply enjoy the journey itself. Travel becomes a deeply personal experience. The road offers time for thought, for conversation, for quiet observation. Roadside inns gradually awaken as well. Simple wooden doors open. Owners sweep yesterday's dust from stone floors. Clay cups are arranged upon rough wooden tables. Travelers who spent the night begin preparing for another day's journey. Breakfast is modest. Fresh bread, goat cheese, a handful of dried figs, cool water from a nearby spring. Nothing extravagant, everything satisfying. Near one crossroad stands a small shrine dedicated to Mercury, the Roman messenger god and protector of travelers. Passing merchants pause briefly. Some leave tiny offerings. A flower, a small coin, a whispered prayer for safe travels. Then they continue on their way. Whether rich or poor, many Romans believe the road is safer with a little divine favor. The countryside itself feels wonderfully alive. Golden wheat ripples softly beneath the morning breeze. Wildflowers bright the edges of the road. Bees drift from blossom to blossom. Butterflies flutter lazily through warm sunlight. Small streams cross beneath elegant stone bridges built by Roman engineers. Many bridges require surprisingly little maintenance. Strong arches distribute weight so efficiently that centuries pass before serious repairs become necessary. Even modern engineers continue studying these ancient designs. Around mid-morning, a military patrol approaches. Their armor catches flashes of sunlight. Their shields are carefully polished. Yet today, there is no battle, no urgent mission. They simply inspect the roads, greet local farmers, and ensure safe passage for merchants and travelers. Much of a Roman soldier's life is spent building rather than fighting. They repair bridges, construct forts, dig drainage systems, lay new roads. Their work quietly strengthens the empire every single day. A group of children waits excitedly beside the road. They rarely see travelers from distant lands. Soon a colorful caravan appears. One merchant speaks Greek. Another speaks Latin with a thick accent from Spain. A third wears clothing woven in North Africa. The children watch with wide eyes as unfamiliar faces, animals and goods slowly pass by. For a brief moment, the entire empire seems to visit their little village. As the sun climbs higher into a clear blue sky, traffic along the Roman roads steadily increases. Farmers head toward nearby markets. Craftsmen deliver finished goods. Officials travel between towns. Families visit relatives. Messengers carry news. Every journey adds another quiet thread to the vast tapestry of Roman life. No one traveler understands the whole empire. Yet together, they keep it moving. One careful step, one sturdy wagon, one peaceful mile at a time. And somewhere far ahead, beyond another gentle hill, another quiet story is waiting to be told. To be continued in Part 5. Part 5, the quiet farms that fed an empire. By the time the morning sun stands high above the countryside, much of the Roman Empire is already hard at work. Not inside grand palaces, not within magnificent temples, but across countless peaceful farms that stretch from the green hills of Britain to the warm valleys of North Africa. These farms are the true heartbeat of the empire. Without them, the bustling cities would grow silent. The markets would empty. The armies would go hungry. Even Rome itself could not survive. As gentle sunlight warms the fields, a farmer steps outside his modest stone farmhouse. The air smells fresh after the cool night. Tiny drops of dew still cling to blades of grass. In the distance, swallows dart through the sky, hunting insects above the wheat. It is a beautiful morning. Quiet, unhurried, almost timeless. The farmer begins by checking his animals. A pair of sturdy oxen waits patiently beside a wooden fence. They are not fast. They are not graceful. But they are dependable. Their strength helps plow fields that feed entire families. Nearby, sheep graze peacefully. Their thick wool will one day become warm cloaks and blankets. A few curious goats wander between olive trees, nibbling leaves whenever they can. The farm is alive, yet wonderfully calm. Fields of wheat ripple, gently beneath the breeze like golden waves on a quiet sea. Roman farmers know these fields intimately. They understand the changing seasons, the behavior of clouds, the rhythm of rainfall. They cannot predict the weather with perfect accuracy. Instead, they watch nature carefully. A sudden change in the wind, the arrival of migrating birds, the color of the evening sky. Every small detail offers a clue. Long before sunrise during harvest season, entire families gather together. Parents, grandparents, children, neighbors, everyone helps. The work is demanding, but it is shared. One person cuts the wheat with an iron sickle. Another gathers the stalks into neat bundles. Others load wagons that creak slowly toward the village. No machine performs the labor. Only patient hands, steady effort, and quiet determination. After the grain is harvested, it must be separated from the stalks. Oxen walk slowly in circles across a flat stone floor, pulling a heavy wooden sled. Their gentle movement loosens the valuable grain. Later, workers toss the mixture into the air using wide wooden forks. The breeze carries away the lighter chaff. The heavier grain falls neatly back to the ground. It is a simple method, yet it has served civilization for thousands of years. Not every farm grows wheat. Some are covered with endless rows of olive trees. These ancient trees twist gracefully toward the sky. Many are already centuries old. Some may live for hundreds of years more. Each autumn, families carefully gather the olives. The fruit is carried to stone presses, where enormous wooden beams slowly squeeze out rich golden oil. Olive oil is one of the empire's greatest treasures. People cook with it, light lamps with it, use it for medicine. Even athletes rub it onto their skin before exercise. Few products are as valuable in daily Roman life. Nearby, vineyards cover gentle hillsides. Their neat rows stretch toward the horizon. The grapes are carefully tended throughout the year. Every vine is trimmed by hand. Every harvest requires patience. When autumn finally arrives, families gather the ripe clusters into woven baskets. Then comes one of history's oldest traditions: making wine. Fresh grapes are crushed inside large stone vats. Their sweet juice begins a slow transformation that has been practiced for generations. The process feels almost magical, though Roman farmers understand it through experience rather than science. Small orchards surround many farmhouses. Apple trees, fig trees, pear trees, cherry trees. Each season brings different gifts. Nothing is wasted. Fruit may be eaten fresh, dried beneath the warm sun, or preserved with honey. Every successful harvest helps prepare for winter. Planning ahead is simply part of life. Around midday, work pauses briefly. The family gathers beneath the shade of a broad oak tree. Lunch is wonderfully simple. Fresh bread baked only yesterday. Soft goat cheese. A few olives. Sweet figs. Cool water drawn from a nearby well. Perhaps a little watered wine for the adults. The meal is modest. Yet after a morning of honest work, it tastes deeply satisfying. As they rest, conversation drifts easily from one subject to another. Someone wonders whether rain will arrive next week. Another mentions a traveling merchant expected tomorrow. A child excitedly describes spotting a fox near the edge of the forest. There is laughter, quiet smiles, comfortable silence. The countryside teaches patience. Nature cannot be hurried. Beyond the fields, beekeepers tend rows of woven straw hives. Honey is precious. Without refined sugar, it becomes the empire's favorite sweetener. It flavors cakes, preserves fruit, sweetens warm drinks. Bees, though tiny, quietly support countless Roman kitchens. Their gentle buzzing fills the warm afternoon air. As the day continues, women often spin wool into thread using simple wooden spindles. The motion is smooth, steady, almost hypnotic. Later, the thread is woven into cloth on large upright looms. Every tunic, every blanket, Every cloak begins as loose wool carefully transformed through patient craftsmanship. Nothing happens quickly. Everything takes time. Children gradually learn every part of farm life. Not through books, but through watching, helping, practicing. A young boy learns how to guide the oxen. A young girl gathers eggs from the hens. Soon they understand which herbs are safe to eat, which plants heal wounds, which berries should never be touched. The countryside itself becomes their classroom. As the afternoon sun slowly begins its journey westward, the farm settles into a peaceful rhythm once again. The wheat sways softly. The olive trees whisper in the breeze. Sheep graze without concern. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's flute carries a slow, gentle melody across the hills. It is easy to imagine that nothing here will ever change. Yet history is always moving, even when life feels wonderfully still. Tomorrow, we will leave these quiet farms behind and journey toward one of the busiest places in the ancient world, a harbor where ships from 3 continents meet, bringing stories, spices, silk, marble, and wonders from the edges of the known world. To be continued in Part 6. Part 6, where the sea brought the world together. As the first light of dawn spread across the western coast of Italy, the sea looked almost perfectly still. The surface reflected soft shades of silver and pale blue. Only gentle ripples disturbed the quiet water. A few seabirds circled overhead, waiting patiently for fishermen to begin another ordinary morning. From a distance, everything appeared peaceful. Yet beneath that calm horizon, one of the busiest trade networks in the ancient world was already beginning another remarkable day. Our journey today leads us to the great harbor of Ostia, the principal seaport serving the city of Rome. Without this harbor, the empire's magnificent capital could never have grown into a city of more than 1 million people. Rome produced very little of its own food. Instead, enormous ships carried grain, olive oil, wine, marble, timber, glass, and countless other goods across the Mediterranean. Every sunrise brought fresh arrivals. Every sunset saw new departures. The sea never truly rested. As the harbor slowly awakens, dockworkers gather along the stone piers. Some wear simple wool tunics faded by years of sunlight. Others wrap heavy ropes around their shoulders. Everyone knows exactly what must be done. Large wooden cargo ships cannot unload themselves. Every sack of grain, every amphora of olive oil, every block of marble must be moved by patient hands. The work is steady, methodical, almost rhythmic. Far out on the calm water, the first merchant vessel appears. Its broad square sail catches the gentle morning breeze. The ship has traveled from the fertile fields of Egypt. Deep inside its wooden hull rests one of the empire's most valuable cargoes. Grain, thousands upon thousands of bushels of wheat, enough to bake bread for countless Roman families. Without these ships arriving safely, food shortages could quickly spread through the capital. The people of Rome may never see Egypt, yet every loaf of bread quietly reminds them of the Nile River. Nearby, another ship arrives from the southern coast of Spain. Its cargo is different. Hundreds of clay amphorae filled with rich olive oil are stacked carefully below deck. Each amphora has been sealed with clay and stamped with the name of its producer. Many even bear official markings showing where they were filled. Archaeologists will one day discover thousands of these broken containers, allowing future generations to trace ancient trade routes with remarkable accuracy. Soon, another vessel glides gently into the harbor. This one has sailed from Greece. Inside are beautifully painted pottery, fine wine, and delicate marble statues carved by skilled artists. Some pieces are destined for wealthy Roman villas. Others will decorate temples or public gardens. Art travels almost as far as food. The empire hungers not only for survival, but also for beauty. The harbor grows busier with every passing hour. Voices fill the air. Latin, Greek, Egyptian, Phoenician, Celtic languages, North African dialects. Sailors greet one another in dozens of different accents. Many understand only a few shared words. Yet trade continues smoothly. Coins, measurements, trust, experience. These become the universal language of commerce. Along the docks, powerful wooden cranes slowly lift heavy cargo from waiting ships. Some cranes are operated by enormous treadwheels. Inside the wheel, workers walk carefully, using their own weight to lift stone blocks that would otherwise be impossible to move. The design is surprisingly efficient. Roman engineers constantly search for practical solutions. Not flashy inventions, simply reliable ones. Nearby, customs officials inspect incoming goods. Records are carefully written onto wax tablets and papyrus scrolls. Taxes help maintain roads, aqueducts, bridges, harbors, public buildings. Even in the ancient world, keeping such a vast empire functioning requires careful organization. Nothing happens entirely by accident. Just beyond the docks, warehouses stretch for block after block. Massive brick buildings protect valuable cargo from weather and thieves. Some store grain, others hold spices, silk, timber, glass, marble. Inside one warehouse, workers stack hundreds of amphorae with astonishing precision. Each jar fits neatly beside the next. The entire building smells faintly of olive oil, wine, and dry grain. One merchant quietly examines a bolt of silk. Its smooth surface catches the sunlight. The fabric has traveled farther than almost anyone standing here. Long before reaching Rome, it crossed mountains, deserts, and countless kingdoms. Its journey may have begun thousands of miles away in China. No single traveler completed the entire route. Instead, countless merchants passed it from one caravan to another across generations of trade. By the time the silk reaches Rome, it has become one of the most luxurious materials in the empire. Nearby, fishermen return from the open sea. Their boats are much smaller than the great merchant ships. Still, their catch is important. Fresh fish will appear in today's markets. Some will be salted for preservation. Others will become the famous fermented fish sauce known as garum, one of the most popular seasonings throughout the Roman world. To modern tastes, its strong aroma might seem unusual. To Romans, it is simply the comforting smell of dinner. As afternoon sunlight dances across the harbor waters, children sit at the edge of the docks watching the endless parade of ships. Every vessel seems to carry a story. Some have crossed peaceful seas. Others survived violent storms. A few narrowly escaped pirates, though by this period Roman naval patrols have greatly reduced piracy throughout much of the Mediterranean. For many families, the sea has become not a barrier, but a bridge. Toward evening, the harbor begins to quiet. The last cargoes are secured inside warehouses. Ships are tied safely to heavy stone quays. Sails are lowered. The breeze softens. One by one, lamps begin glowing along the waterfront. Their reflections shimmer gently across the calm water. The day's work is finished. Tomorrow, new ships will appear beyond the horizon, carrying fresh stories from distant shores. And with every peaceful voyage, the Roman Empire grows just a little more connected, its greatest strength resting not only in armies or emperors, but in the quiet movement of people, goods, and ideas across the endless blue sea. To be continued in Part 7. Part 7. The libraries that quietly preserved the ancient world. As another peaceful morning unfolds across the Roman Empire, we leave the busy harbors behind and walk toward a much quieter place. There are no creaking cargo ships here, no merchants calling out prices, no wagons rumbling across stone streets. Instead, the loudest sound is the gentle scratching of a reed pen across a sheet of papyrus. It is a soft, steady rhythm, one line at a time, one careful word after another. In this calm room, history is being protected. Books in the Roman world do not look like the books we know today. Most are long scrolls made from papyrus, a writing material produced from reeds growing along the banks of the Nile River in Egypt. Each scroll is rolled around a smooth wooden rod. To read it, a person slowly unrolls one side while carefully rolling the other. The process naturally encourages patience. No one rushes through a scroll. Reading is slow, thoughtful, almost meditative. Inside the library, tall wooden shelves hold hundreds of carefully labeled scrolls. Small tags hang from their ends, allowing readers to identify each work without opening it. Poetry rests beside history. Philosophy sits near mathematics. Medicine shares space with astronomy. Knowledge from many civilizations quietly lives together under one roof. A librarian walks slowly between the shelves. He knows where nearly every scroll belongs. He treats each one with great care. These are not ordinary possessions. Each scroll represents weeks or even months of work. There are no printing presses. Every copy is written entirely by hand. If 10 people want the same book, 10 different copies must be made. Every letter requires patience. Every sentence demands concentration. Nearby, several scribes sit at long wooden tables. Sunlight pours gently through high windows, providing the best possible light for writing. Their tools are simple: a sharpened reed pen, black ink made from soot and plant gum, red ink for important headings, smooth sheets of papyrus. Hour after hour, they copy ancient texts with remarkable precision. A single mistake might change the meaning of an entire passage. Accuracy matters. One scribe is carefully copying the works of the Greek philosopher Aristotle. Another preserves the speeches of Cicero. A third copies medical writing that explain how Roman physicians understand the human body. Much of what later generations know about the ancient world survives, only because countless anonymous scribes quietly performed this patient work. History remembers the famous authors, but rarely the hands that preserved their words. In another corner of the library, a young student studies geography. A large map lies open before him. It is not perfectly accurate by modern standards. Many distant lands remain mysterious. Yet the map still reveals something extraordinary. The Roman world stretches across 3 continents: Europe, Asia, Africa. For someone living 2,000 years ago, it feels unimaginably vast. An elderly scholar studies the stars. He compares the movements of planets recorded decades earlier with his own careful observations. Night after night, generations of astronomers have watched the heavens. Without telescopes, without computers, only with patient eyes and careful records. Their curiosity never fades. Another reader quietly enjoys the writings of the historian living. His pages describe the early legends of Rome, the rise of the Republic, the courage of ordinary citizens. Whether every story is perfectly true matters less than the lessons they hope to teach. For Romans, history is not only about remembering the past. It is also about understanding character, duty, wisdom, and perseverance. Silence fills the library. Not an uncomfortable silence, a comforting one. The kind that allows every reader to hear only the turning of scrolls and the quiet movement of their own thoughts. Outside, the city continues its busy routines. Inside, time seems almost to stand still. Many visitors arrive simply to learn. Some are wealthy. Others are students. A few are government officials researching laws. Some seek answers to practical questions. Others read purely for the joy of discovery. Knowledge belongs to many different people, even if access remains easier for the fortunate than for the poor. As midday approaches, sunlight slowly shifts across the stone floor. The scribes pause briefly to rest their hands. Fresh ink is prepared. New papyrus sheets are carefully unrolled. Then the quiet work begins once more. Line after line, scroll after scroll, year after year. Without realizing it, these patient workers are building a bridge between the ancient world and the distant future. Centuries later, many libraries will disappear. Wars, fires, time itself will claim countless precious scrolls. Yet enough survive. Enough careful copies remain. Because somewhere, long ago, an unknown scribe decided to finish just one more page before sunset. That quiet decision echoes across thousands of years. As evening approaches, the librarian gently returns the final scroll to its shelf. Oil lamps are lit one by one. Their warm light dances softly across rows of ancient knowledge. Outside, the first stars begin to appear above the rooftops of Rome. Inside, the library grows still once again. The scrolls wait patiently through another peaceful night, holding the voices of philosophers, poets, scientists, travelers, and historians, waiting for tomorrow's readers to awaken them once more. And as darkness settles over the empire, our own quiet journey continues, leading us next toward the remarkable Roman aqueducts, where nothing more than gravity carries fresh mountain water across valleys, hills, and miles of countryside. To be continued in Part 8. Part 8, the rivers that flowed above the land. As the stars quietly fade and another gentle morning arrives, a cool breeze drifts across the hills beyond Rome. The countryside is peaceful. Wildflowers sway softly beside narrow paths. Tiny birds greet the sunrise with cheerful songs that echo across the valleys. From a distance, the landscape seems completely ordinary. Yet stretching across those quiet hills is one of the greatest engineering achievements of the ancient world. At first glance, it almost looks impossible. A river flowing through the sky. The Romans called these remarkable structures aqueducts. The word simply means to lead water. The idea sounds wonderfully simple. Bring fresh mountain water to towns and cities. But accomplishing that task required extraordinary patience, careful planning, and astonishing mathematical skill. Unlike modern water systems, Roman aqueducts used no electric pumps, no engines, no machinery powered by fuel, only gravity. And gravity, when understood properly, never grows tired. Far away in the mountains, clear springs bubble quietly from the earth. The water is cold, pure, fresh. Roman engineers carefully select these natural sources because clean water is essential for healthy cities. Once the spring is chosen, surveyors begin perhaps the most difficult part of the entire project. Finding the perfect path. The water must always travel gently downhill. Not too steep, not too flat. If the slope becomes too steep, the water rushes too quickly and damages the channel. If the slope is too gentle, the water stops moving altogether. Sometimes the difference between success and failure is only a few inches over several miles. Imagine measuring such tiny changes without modern lasers or computers. Yet Roman engineers accomplish it with remarkable accuracy. Most of the aqueduct remains hidden underground. Many people imagine towering arches stretching endlessly across the countryside. Those beautiful arches certainly exist, but they are actually the smallest part of the entire system. Whenever possible, the water flows through covered stone channels beneath the ground. Underground channels protect it from sunlight, animals, storms, and evaporation. Only when the landscape drops into a deep valley do engineers build the graceful arches we admire today. As we walk beside one of these aqueducts, the sound is surprisingly gentle. There is no roaring waterfall, only the quiet whisper of flowing water. Steady, patient, unchanging, day after day, year after year, decade after decade. The water never hurries. It simply continues its endless journey toward the city. Some aqueducts travel astonishing distances. One famous system carries water for more than 50 miles before reaching Rome. Others serve smaller towns throughout the empire. Together, they provide millions of gallons of fresh water every single day. For ancient cities, this is nothing short of extraordinary. Many civilizations rely upon nearby rivers. Rome brings the mountains to the city instead. The famous stone arches rise where valleys interrupt the route. Their graceful curves are more than beautiful. They are incredibly strong. Each stone supports the next. The weight presses downward, making the entire structure even more stable. No steel beams hide inside. No concrete reinforced with metal. Only carefully cut stone placed with remarkable precision. Many aqueduct bridges still stand after nearly 2,000 years. Some continue carrying water even today. As the water finally reaches the city, it enters large settling tanks. Here, sand and tiny bits of gravel sink to the bottom. Cleaner water continues onward through a network of smaller channels. From there, it spreads throughout the city. Public fountains, bathhouses, gardens, private homes, workshops. Every destination depends upon the same quiet flow that began high in the mountains. Public fountains become gathering places. Women fill clay jars with fresh water. Children splash their hands on warm afternoons. Travelers pause for a cool drink before continuing their journeys. The water never belongs to just one family. It belongs to the community. Its constant flow becomes part of everyday life. So ordinary that many citizens rarely stop to wonder where it comes from. The great public baths depend completely upon this remarkable system. Without abundant fresh water, the famous Roman baths could never exist. Pools remain clean because water constantly enters and leaves. Warm rooms fill with steam. Cold pools refresh tired muscles. Thousands of people visit every day, all supported by the quiet work of the aqueducts. Roman engineers inspect the channels regularly. Workers remove leaves, repair small cracks, clear away mineral deposits left by the flowing water. Maintenance is never finished. Building something remarkable is only the beginning. Keeping it working requires equal dedication. As afternoon sunlight shines across the stone arches, shepherds guide their flocks beneath them. Farmers lead wagons through the cool shade. Children glance upward without giving the structure much thought. For them, the aqueduct has always been there. Like the hills, like the sky, like the changing seasons. Sometimes the greatest achievements become so familiar that they almost disappear into everyday life. Toward evening, golden light settles across the countryside. The arches cast long shadows over quiet fields. Water continues flowing exactly as it did at sunrise, exactly as it will tomorrow. And next year, and perhaps for generations still to come, the Romans often believed that great monuments honored emperors. Yet these silent aqueducts honor something even greater: the simple idea that careful planning, patient craftsmanship, and shared effort can improve everyday life for millions of ordinary people. As darkness gently covers the hills and the first stars return overhead, the water keeps moving through the night without pause, carrying the mountain's quiet gift toward another peaceful dawn. And tomorrow, our journey will lead us inside one of the empire's greatest wonders, the vast public baths, where Romans from every walk of life came not only to wash, but to relax, learn, exercise, and enjoy the gentle rhythm of daily life. To be continued in Part 9. Part 9, the gentle rhythm of the Roman baths. As the first rays of morning sunlight spread across the rooftops of Rome, thin wisps of steam are already rising from one of the city's most remarkable places. From outside, the building appears almost like a palace. Tall stone walls, graceful arches, broad marble steps, large bronze doors that slowly open as the city begins another peaceful day. This is not the home of an emperor. It is a public bath, and for countless Romans, it is simply part of everyday life. Modern visitors often imagine the Roman baths as places built only for washing. The truth is far more fascinating. The baths are like an entire neighborhood gathered beneath one roof. People come here to relax, to exercise, to read, to meet friends, to discuss business, to enjoy a quiet afternoon. For many citizens, this is the heart of community life. As we step inside, the air immediately feels warmer. Soft echoes drift beneath enormous vaulted ceilings. The scent of olive oil mingles with clean water and smooth stone. Sunlight enters through high windows, painting gentle patterns across polished marble floors. Everything feels calm. Nothing feels rushed. Visitors begin their journey slowly. Most leave their sandals and outer clothing in small changing rooms. Simple wooden shelves line the walls. Attendants carefully watch over each person's belongings. Some visitors carry only a small towel and a tiny bottle of fragrant olive oil. Nothing more is needed. Before entering the baths themselves, many Romans spend time exercising. Outside in a large open courtyard, people throw balls back and forth. Others wrestle gently. Some lift heavy stone weights to strengthen their bodies. Older citizens choose slower walks beneath shaded colonnades. The goal is not competition. It is simply to prepare the body before bathing. After exercise comes the first warm room, the tepidarium. It is pleasantly warm rather than hot. Visitors pause here to allow their bodies to relax gradually. Conversations begin quietly. Friends greet one another with easy smiles. Someone shares news from a nearby province. Another mentions the arrival of fresh grain ships from Egypt. Ideas flow as gently as the warm air. From there, many continue into the caldarium, the hottest room in the bath complex. Steam rises softly around polished stone columns. Warm water fills broad pools. The heat wraps gently around every visitor. Yet nothing here feels overwhelming. The warmth encourages tired muscles to rest after long days of work. Some close their eyes. Others simply sit in peaceful silence. The only sounds are quiet conversations and the soft ripple of water. The secret lies beneath the floor. Hidden below the marble is one of Rome's greatest engineering achievements. A network of empty spaces allows hot air from wood-fired furnaces to circulate beneath the rooms. The floors themselves become warm. Even the walls gently radiate heat. Without electricity, without boilers, without modern technology, The Romans create a remarkably comfortable environment using little more than fire, careful planning, and brilliant engineering. After spending time in the warm rooms, visitors often move into the frigidarium. Here, cool, clear water waits inside large stone pools. The first touch feels wonderfully refreshing. Some enter slowly. Others plunge in with cheerful laughter. The cool water awakens the senses. Many Romans believe the contrast between hot and cold helps maintain good health. Nearby, attendants offer another familiar service. Using a curved bronze tool called a strigil, they gently scrape away oil, dust, and perspiration from the skin. Soap is not commonly used as we know it today. Instead, olive oil is rubbed onto the body before being carefully removed. The result leaves the skin remarkably clean. It is a routine practiced across much of the empire. The baths welcome nearly every part of Roman society. Merchants, teachers, craftsmen, soldiers, lawyers, travelers, retired veterans. Some wealthy citizens arrive with servants. Others come alone. For a few peaceful hours, everyday worries seem to drift away with the rising steam. Many bath complexes contain beautiful gardens. Cypress trees sway gently beside quiet walkways. Marble statues stand among colorful flowers. Small fountains provide a constant background melody of flowing water. Visitors stroll slowly beneath shaded paths, enjoying conversations or simply listening to birds sing overhead. It feels less like a building and more like a peaceful retreat within the busy city. Some of the largest bathhouses even include libraries. After bathing, visitors may borrow a scroll and spend an hour reading history, philosophy, or poetry. Knowledge and relaxation exist side by side. To the Romans, caring for the mind and caring for the body belong together. As afternoon gradually turns toward evening, the baths remain comfortably busy. Steam continues drifting through graceful arches. Water quietly flows from one pool to another. Sunlight slowly changes from bright gold to soft amber. The atmosphere never becomes hurried. Even those preparing to leave seem reluctant to break the calm. Eventually, the attendants begin lighting oil lamps. Their gentle flames shimmer across the surface of the water. Visitors collect their belongings. Friends say goodbye until tomorrow. Footsteps echo softly through the marble halls as the building slowly empties. Yet beneath the floors, warm air continues its silent journey. Water still flows through hidden channels. The baths seem almost alive, patiently waiting for another peaceful morning. And as the city settles into the quiet comfort of evening, our own journey through the Roman Empire continues. Tomorrow, we will walk beyond the crowded streets and visit the magnificent countryside villas, where wealthy Romans escaped the noise of the capital and discovered a slower, gentler rhythm surrounded by vineyards, gardens, birdsong, and the changing seasons. To be continued in Part 10. Part 10, the peaceful villas beyond the city. As another quiet dawn spreads across the Italian countryside, the city of Rome slowly disappears behind gentle hills. The crowded streets, the busy marketplaces, the grand temples, the endless movement of wagons and travelers. All of it gradually fades into the distance. Ahead lies a quieter world, a place where birds greet the sunrise before people do, where vineyards stretch across rolling hills, where cypress trees stand like silent guardians beside winding stone paths. This is the world of the Roman countryside villa. For many wealthy Roman families, a villa is far more than a country house. It is a place to rest, to think, to escape the constant activity of the capital. Many philosophers, writers, and statesmen spend weeks or even months here, believing that the peaceful countryside offers clearer thoughts than the crowded city ever could. As the morning mist slowly lifts from the fields, sunlight reveals broad gardens filled with roses, lilies, lavender, and rosemary. The fragrance drifts gently through the cool air. Tiny bees hum from flower to flower. Butterflies dance above the blossoms. Everything seems perfectly balanced. Nothing feels rushed. The villa itself is elegant without shouting for attention. White stone walls reflect the early sunlight. Red clay roof tiles still hold traces of the cool night air. Wide courtyards sit open to the sky. At their center, a small fountain quietly bubbles, its gentle sound filling the entire home with calm. Visitors often notice the fountain before they notice anything else. Its peaceful rhythm becomes the heartbeat of the house. Inside, colorful mosaics decorate many of the floors. Thousands upon thousands of tiny stones fit together with extraordinary precision. Some show dolphins swimming through blue water. Others depict grape harvests, peaceful forests, or scenes from ancient mythology. Every mosaic requires months of patient work. Each tiny piece is placed by hand, one after another, until a complete picture slowly appears. Morning begins gently. The household wakes with the rising sun. Windows are opened to welcome the cool breeze. Servants prepare fresh bread, while the aroma drifts softly through the halls. Nearby, fruit picked only moments earlier rests in woven baskets. Figs, apples, pears, grapes, simple foods that taste wonderfully fresh. Beyond the gardens, long rows of grapevines cover the hillsides. Workers quietly inspect each vine. Some remove damaged leaves. Others gently tie young branches to wooden supports. Every vine receives careful attention. Good wine begins long before the grapes are harvested. It begins with patience. Nearby, endless olive groves shimmer beneath the morning light. Many trees are already ancient. Their thick trunks twist into beautiful shapes formed over centuries. Some may have already been old when Julius Caesar was still a child. Every autumn they continue producing olives just as faithfully as before. The trees seem almost timeless. A narrow stone path leads toward a small pond. Its surface reflects the blue sky like polished glass. Dragonflies skim gracefully above the water. A family of ducks glide silently between clusters of reeds. Nothing disturbs the peaceful scene, except the occasional ripple from a curious fish beneath the surface. Some villa owners spend part of the morning reading beneath shaded colonnades. A comfortable chair, a favorite scroll, a gentle breeze, the songs of birds overhead. For many Roman scholars, this is the perfect classroom. Ideas seem to arrive more easily when surrounded by nature. Others walk slowly through orchards, discussing philosophy with friends. The great thinkers of Rome often believed that wisdom grows through conversation, rather than argument. Questions matter more than quick answers. A thoughtful walk may last for hours. No one watches the clock. Time itself feels slower here. Around midday, the household gathers beneath a covered terrace overlooking the vineyards. Lunch is simple and fresh. Warm bread, goat cheese, olives, fresh herbs, seasonal vegetables, sweet grapes picked directly from nearby vines. Cool spring water flows from a carved stone fountain beside the table. The meal is enjoyed slowly. Between bites, conversation pauses comfortably. Silence is welcomed rather than avoided. After lunch, the warm afternoon encourages rest. Many Romans believe a short midday nap restores both body and mind. Curtains soften the bright sunlight. The villa grows wonderfully quiet. Even the birds seem to sing more softly. Only the gentle splash of the fountain continues without interruption. As the heat begins to fade, activity slowly returns. Gardeners trim flowering shrubs. Children play simple games beneath olive trees. An elderly philosopher quietly watches clouds drifting across the sky, wondering how many generations have admired the very same view. The countryside has a remarkable way of reminding people that nature changes slowly, even as empires rise and fall. Toward evening, the western sky glows with soft shades of gold, rose, and lavender. Long shadows stretch across the vineyards. The scent of fresh earth rises as the temperature cools. Small lanterns are lit along stone walkways. Their warm light flickers gently beneath the cypress trees. Somewhere in the distance, a shepherd's flute plays a slow, peaceful melody carried by the evening breeze. It is impossible to know who the musician is. Perhaps a young shepherd watching over his flock. Perhaps an old traveler ending another day's journey. The music simply drifts across the hills, becoming part of the landscape itself. As darkness quietly settles over the countryside, the villa becomes still. The fountain continues its endless song. The stars slowly appear one by one above the rolling hills. Tomorrow, our journey will leave these peaceful estates behind and travel to the distant northern frontier, where Roman soldiers guard the edge of the empire, not through constant battle, but through quiet routines, patient discipline, and ordinary days beneath the forests of ancient Britain. To be continued in Part 11. Part 11, at the quiet edge of the empire. As the warm hills of Italy fade behind us, our journey carries us far to the northwest. The vineyards disappear. The olive trees become fewer. The air grows cooler with every passing mile. Gentle rain clouds drift across wide green valleys, and the sunlight arrives only in brief, beautiful moments between patches of mist. We have reached Roman Britain. For many people living in Rome, this distant province feels almost like the end of the world. The landscape here is wonderfully different. Rolling hills stretch toward the horizon. Ancient oak forests blanket the countryside. Heather paints the moors with soft shades of purple. Clear streams wind quietly through the valleys before disappearing into the morning mist. The air smells of wet earth, pine needles, and fresh grass after the rain. It is peaceful, almost dreamlike. Standing across this northern landscape is one of Rome's most remarkable frontiers. A long stone wall, not impossibly high, not impossibly thick, simply long, very long, nearly 75 Roman miles, or about 73 modern miles, stretching from one coast of Britain to the other. Today we know it as Hadrian's Wall. It is less a barrier than a carefully organized frontier, a place where soldiers watch, travelers pass through official gates, and merchants continue their quiet journeys. As dawn breaks, the small fort beside the wall slowly awakens. A bronze trumpet sounds softly through the cool morning air. Its notes are calm rather than urgent. The soldiers rise from simple wooden beds. They fold their blankets, dress carefully, check their equipment. Every movement follows routines practiced hundreds of times before. Discipline is built through repetition, not excitement. Contrary to many stories, most Roman soldiers do not spend every day fighting. In fact, long stretches of military life are surprisingly ordinary. They repair roads, maintain bridges, build workshops, dig drainage channels, care for horses, write reports, guard supply wagons. Much of their service resembles the work of skilled builders more than fearless warriors. Outside the fort, smoke curls gently from the bakery. Fresh bread is already baking inside a stone oven. The comforting aroma spreads through the camp. Soon, soldiers gather for a simple breakfast. Bread, porridge, cheese, perhaps a little smoked meat, if supplies have recently arrived. The meal is filling rather than luxurious, enough to prepare for another day of work. Nearby, the camp blacksmith begins his morning. His furnace glows softly. A horseshoe needs repairing. Several nails must be forged. A broken hinge from the fort's main gate waits beside the anvil. Every hammer strike echoes gently through the cool morning air. Without skilled craftsmen, even the strongest army would quickly struggle. As the sun climbs higher, patrols leave the fort. Small groups walk quietly along the wall. They greet neighboring watchtowers, exchange brief reports, wave to farmers working nearby. Sometimes they encounter travelers carrying official documents. Other times they simply enjoy hours of peaceful walking beneath wide open skies. Many days pass without any sign of danger at all. Beyond the frontier live local Celtic communities. Trade continues despite cultural differences. Farmers exchange wool, cattle, and leather. Roman merchants offer pottery, glassware, fine tools, and carefully crafted metal goods. Markets become places where cultures meet peacefully. Languages blend. Ideas travel. Friendships slowly form. The frontier is not simply a line dividing two worlds. It is also a bridge connecting them. Inside the fort, another important task begins. Letter writing. Several soldiers sit quietly beneath a covered walkway, carefully scratching words onto thin wooden writing tablets coated with wax or ink. Some write to parents living hundreds of miles away. Others write to wives and children settled in different provinces. A few simply request warmer socks or new boots for the coming winter. Archaeologists have discovered many such letters. They reveal something surprisingly comforting. Roman soldiers worried about ordinary things. Cold weather, family, food, friendship. Their concerns feel remarkably familiar, even after 2,000 years. The weather changes quickly here. A gentle rain begins without warning. Tiny droplets collect on helmets and cloaks. The stone wall darkens as it becomes wet. Yet no one seems bothered. Life continues exactly as before. Workers keep repairing the road. The shepherd still guides his sheep across the nearby hills. Children in the surrounding villages continue chasing one another through muddy fields. Rain is simply another part of Britain. By afternoon, the clouds slowly drift away. Bright sunlight breaks through once more. The wet grass sparkles with thousands of tiny drops that catch the light like scattered jewels. Birds return to the sky. The cool breeze carries the scent of pine forests across the frontier. Everything feels clean, fresh, wonderfully quiet. As evening approaches, the soldiers return to the fort. The great wooden gates close slowly. Lanterns are lit one by one along the walls. Inside, some men repair sandals. Others sharpen tools. A few gather around a small fire, sharing stories from distant provinces: Egypt, Gaul, Spain, Syria, and Italy. Each voice carries memories of a different corner of the empire. Yet tonight, they all sleep beneath the same cool British sky. Darkness settles gently across the frontier. The stars emerge between slowly drifting clouds. Somewhere beyond the wall, an owl calls from the forest. A gentle wind brushes across the ancient stones. The sentries continue their quiet watch, not expecting glory, only another peaceful night. Here, at the far edge of Rome's immense world, history feels surprisingly calm. Not a tale of constant conflict, but of ordinary people living, working, writing letters home, and watching the seasons change beneath the endless northern sky. Tomorrow, our slow journey will continue eastward to another extraordinary corner of the empire, where the bustling city of Alexandria shines with knowledge, towering architecture, and echoes of one of the greatest libraries the ancient world had ever known. To be continued in Part 12. Part 12, Alexandria, where knowledge met the sea. The morning begins with a gentle glow spreading across the eastern Mediterranean. The sea is calm. Small waves roll quietly toward a long stone shoreline, their steady rhythm as soothing as a slow heartbeat. The air carries the scent of salt, fresh fish, and warm sunshine. Far in the distance, white sails appear one by one, rising above the horizon like silent birds returning home. Our journey has brought us to one of the most extraordinary cities of the ancient world. Alexandria, founded by Alexander the Great centuries before the height of Roman power, Alexandria has grown into a city unlike any other. Here, Greek traditions blend with Egyptian customs. Roman officials walk beside Egyptian priests. Merchants from Africa bargain with sailors from Greece. Travelers from distant Asia unload goods that have crossed deserts and seas. Every street seems to carry a different language. Every face tells another story as dawn brightens the harbor. Fishermen are already returning with the morning's catch. Their wooden boats glide gently across the water. Seagulls circle overhead, calling to one another as they search for scraps. Along the docks, workers patiently unload baskets of fish, ropes of onions, jars of olive oil, fragrant herbs, and sacks of grain from the fertile Nile Valley. The harbor awakens slowly, never hurried. Always steady, towering above the entrance to the harbor, stands one of the greatest wonders the ancient world has ever known. The lighthouse of Alexandria, known to the Romans as the Pharos, it rises hundreds of feet above the sea. Its bright fire burns through the night, guiding ships safely toward the harbor. By day, polished stone reflects the sunlight. By night, the great flame becomes a beacon visible from many miles away. For sailors crossing the Mediterranean, seeing the lighthouse often brings a deep sense of relief. Home is near. The streets of Alexandria are wider than those in many ancient cities. Long avenues lined with columns stretch toward the horizon. Shade trees soften the bright Egyptian sun. Fountains sparkle in public squares. The city feels open, orderly, graceful. Nearby, the famous scholarly district begins another quiet day. Although much of the original Great Library has already suffered through centuries of change and damage by the Roman period, Alexandria remains one of the greatest centers of learning in the ancient world. Teachers continue giving lectures. Scribes continue copying scrolls. Students continue asking thoughtful questions. Knowledge has a remarkable way of surviving, even when buildings do not. Inside a peaceful study hall, a group of young scholars gathers around an elderly teacher. He slowly unrolls a scroll. Today's lesson is not about war or politics. It is about the stars. He explains how earlier astronomers carefully measured the movements of planets across the night sky, without telescopes, without modern mathematics, only through patience and careful observation. Every clear evening became another opportunity to understand the universe just a little better. In another room, a physician studies medical texts. Roman medicine combines ideas gathered from Greece, Egypt, and many other cultures. Doctors carefully observe their patients. They record symptoms. They compare treatments. Although they do not yet understand germs or bacteria, many physicians recognize the importance of cleanliness, fresh air, healthy food, and careful observation. Their knowledge slowly grows through experience outside. The warm Egyptian sunlight fills the marketplace. Merchants display colorful woven cloth. Glass bottles shimmer with shades of blue and green. Spices release rich aromas into the air: cinnamon, pepper, frankincense, myrrh. Many of these precious goods have traveled astonishing distances before arriving here. Every marketplace becomes a meeting place for continents. The nearby Nile River quietly supports nearly everything. Its annual floods leave behind rich black soil that produces remarkable harvests. Wheat grows in abundance. Papyrus reeds flourish along the riverbanks. Date palms sway gently in the breeze. For thousands of years, Egypt has depended upon the Nile. Under Roman rule, that relationship remains unchanged. The river continues its patient rhythm. just as it always has as afternoon approaches. Children laugh beside shaded courtyards. Some chase small wooden hoops. Others practice writing simple letters onto wax tablets. Parents watch with quiet smiles. The sounds are wonderfully familiar. Although Alexandria feels grand and international, everyday family life remains comfortingly ordinary toward evening. The sunlight turns golden. The white stone buildings begin reflecting warm shades of amber. Palm trees cast long shadows across quiet gardens. The harbor slowly settles after another busy day. Sailors secure thick ropes to wooden docks. The last merchants close their stalls. The scent of freshly baked bread drifts through the streets. Oil lamps begin appearing in windows high above the harbor. The great lighthouse prepares for another night. Workers carefully carry bundles of wood to the top. Soon the great fire begins to glow. Its steady light stretches across the darkening sea. Far beyond the horizon, sailors notice the familiar beacon. They adjust their course quietly, confidently. The lighthouse asks for nothing. It simply shines as darkness gently covers Alexandria. The city grows peaceful. The waves continue washing softly against the harbor walls. The Nile flows silently beneath the stars. Somewhere inside a quiet study room, a single scribe finishes one final line on a scroll before carefully setting down his pen. Outside, the lighthouse continues watching over the sea. Inside, knowledge continues watching over time. And tomorrow, our calm journey through history will follow the life-giving waters of the Nile itself, drifting slowly past sleepy villages, fertile fields, ancient temples, and timeless landscapes that have changed surprisingly little across thousands of years. To be continued in Part 13. Part 13, drifting along the timeless Nile. The first hint of morning arrives not with noise, but with color. A pale ribbon of gold appears along the eastern horizon. The stars slowly fade, one after another, until only the brightest remain. The air is cool. The water is perfectly still. A light mist floats just above the surface of the Nile, giving the river the appearance of a dream that has not quite awakened. For a few peaceful moments, the entire world seems to hold its breath. Then somewhere in the reeds, a bird begins to sing. Another answers from farther downstream. The day has begun. The Nile is unlike any other river in the Roman Empire. It is not simply a source of water. It is the quiet heart of Egypt. For thousands of years, long before Rome became a great power, the Nile brought life to the surrounding land. Every season, it followed its ancient rhythm. Its floods spread rich black soil across the fields. Its waters nourished crops. Its steady current carried people, goods, and ideas from one village to the next. Empires rose. Kings ruled. Dynasties faded. Yet the river continued flowing, patient and unchanged. A small wooden boat drifts gently away from the riverbank. Its single square sail hangs quietly in the calm morning air. An elderly boatman guides the vessel with practiced hands. He has traveled this river since childhood. Every bend feels familiar. Every sandbank has a story. He rarely rushes. The Nile teaches patience. Those who hurry often find themselves waiting for the wind. Those who move with the river always seem to arrive in time. As the sun climbs higher, the mist slowly disappears. Golden light dances across the rippling water. Palm trees lean gently over the banks. Clusters of papyrus reed sway softly in the breeze. White egrets stand perfectly still, watching the shallow water for tiny fish. Occasionally, one steps forward with graceful precision before returning to complete stillness. Nature here moves slowly, deliberately. Every creature seems to understand the peaceful rhythm of the river. The boat passes a small farming village. Simple homes built from sun-dried mud bricks stand close together beneath the shade of date palms. Thin streams of smoke rise from cooking fires. Children carry clay jars toward the water's edge. Women knead fresh bread beneath open shelters. An old man repairs a woven fishing net while humming a melody that may have been sung by his grandfather before him. The village feels timeless. The generations change. The routines remain. Beyond the homes, green fields stretch across the fertile floodplain. Farmers guide oxen through soft earth. Others lift water from the river using a simple wooden device balanced with a heavy counterweight. With gentle movements, they fill narrow irrigation channels that carry precious water toward thirsty crops. It is careful work, patient work. The river gives generously, but only to those willing to work alongside it. The boat continues southward. Its wooden hull creaks softly with every gentle wave. There is no engine, only the occasional whisper of wind filling the sail. The silence allows every small sound to become noticeable. The splash of a fish, the flutter of wings overhead, the rustle of reeds brushing against the shoreline, the distant laughter of children. Together, these sounds form a quiet music that has echoed across the Nile for thousands of years. Around midday, the travelers stop beneath the shade of a broad sycamore tree. Lunch is wonderfully simple. Fresh bread, soft cheese, dates picked from nearby palms, cool water drawn directly from the river and carefully filtered through cloth. The meal is eaten slowly. No one watches the sun. There is nowhere urgent to be. The journey itself is the destination. As afternoon arrives, the river widens. Larger trading boats appear. Some carry grain destined for Alexandria. Others transport limestone blocks from distant quarries. A few are filled with pottery, woven baskets, or bundles of papyrus waiting to become writing scrolls. The Nile serves as Egypt's greatest highway. Long before paved roads became common, the river connected cities separated by hundreds of miles. Soon, the outline of an ancient temple rises above the trees. Its massive stone columns catch the afternoon sunlight. The carvings covering the wall remain remarkably clear despite centuries of wind and sand. Visitors step ashore quietly. No one speaks loudly here. The place seems to encourage gentle voices. The cool stone beneath their feet has welcomed travelers for generations beyond counting. Inside the temple courtyard, swallows dart gracefully between towering columns. The air feels noticeably cooler. Sunlight slips through narrow openings, creating bright patterns across the floor. Ancient inscriptions cover the walls. Every carefully carved symbol tells part of a story. Some describe kings. Others honor the gods. Many simply record moments that their builders hoped would never be forgotten. Stone remembers patiently. As evening approaches, the boat returns to the river. The western sky glows with soft shades of gold, peach, and lavender. The water reflects every color perfectly. Palm trees become dark silhouettes against the fading light. A flock of ibis birds flies low across the river before disappearing into the reeds. The day slowly gives itself to the night. One by one, the first stars appear above Egypt. The boatman ties his vessel to a quiet stretch of riverbank. A small lantern is lit. Its gentle flame reflects upon the still water, creating a golden path that seems to stretch endlessly into the darkness. Nearby, frogs begin their evening chorus. A cool breeze carries the scent of wet earth and flowering reeds. The Nile continues flowing exactly as it did yesterday, exactly as it will tomorrow, without hurry, without complaint, without end. And as the travelers settle beneath a sky filled with countless stars, they are reminded that some of history's greatest wonders are not built by emperors or armies. Some are simply rivers, quietly flowing through time, carrying the stories of countless generations toward another peaceful dawn. To be continued in Part 14. Part 14. A day inside an ordinary Roman home. As dawn gently brightens the sky, we leave the quiet banks of the Nile and return once more to the heart of the Roman world. Not to the marble palaces of senators, not to the grand halls of emperors, but to a home that history rarely talks about. Because the Roman Empire was not built only by famous rulers. It was built by millions of ordinary families who woke each morning, prepared breakfast, swept their floors, cared for their children, and quietly lived their lives. The house stands along a narrow stone street in a peaceful provincial town. Its walls are simple. Its doorway is made of sturdy oak. A small clay lamp still glows faintly from the night before. Outside, the first birds begin greeting the sunrise. Inside, the household slowly comes to life. The mother wakes first. She quietly adds a few pieces of dry olive wood to the small cooking fire. Soon the room fills with the comforting smell of warm bread. The fire crackles softly. Tiny sparks rise for a moment before disappearing into the chimney. The sounds are gentle, familiar, comforting. Nearby, the father opens the wooden shutters. Cool morning air drifts inside. From the street below comes the distant sound of a donkey pulling a small cart. Somewhere farther away, a baker is already sliding fresh loaves into a brick oven. The entire neighborhood seems to awaken together. Not all at once, but slowly, like flowers opening beneath the morning sun. The children begin to stir. One stretches beneath a wool blanket. Another rubs sleepy eyes before smiling at the smell of breakfast. There are no alarm clocks, only sunlight, bird song, and the quiet rhythm of another ordinary day. Breakfast is modest. Warm bread, a little goat cheese, fresh figs, perhaps a handful of olives, cool water from the public fountain nearby, sometimes watered wine for the adults. The meal is simple, but everyone eats together. Conversation is gentle. No one rushes away. The morning begins with family before work. After breakfast, everyone has responsibilities. The father leaves for his workshop. He repairs wooden furniture for neighbors throughout the town. His tools are few: a saw, a hammer, wooden planes, iron chisels. Each has been cared for over many years. Nothing is wasted. When a tool breaks, it is repaired. When a handle wears smooth, another is carved. Craftsmanship is as much about patience as skill. The mother begins weaving cloth. Beside her stands a tall wooden loom. Colorful threads stretch tightly from top to bottom. With practiced hands, she guides the shuttle back and forth. Clicking, slide, clicking, slide. The steady rhythm fills the room like quiet music. Piece by piece, plain thread becomes strong fabric. The work cannot be hurried. Each movement depends upon the one before it. One child practices writing on a wax tablet, carefully scratching Latin letters with a bronze stylus. If a mistake appears, the smooth edge of the stylus gently erases it. The lesson begins again. Patience is part of learning. No one expects perfection on the first attempt. The youngest child follows a grandmother into the courtyard. Together they water small pots filled with herbs: rosemary, mint, sage, thyme. The pleasant scents fill the warm morning air. Grandmother explains which herbs flavor food, which soothe sore throats, which help heal small cuts. Knowledge passes naturally from one generation to the next, not through lectures, but through everyday life. The courtyard itself is peaceful. Rainwater collected from the roof gathers in a small stone basin. A tiny fountain trickles softly into it. Pigeons occasionally land to drink. Sunlight filters through climbing grapevines overhead. For a few quiet moments, the busy town seems very far away. Around midday, neighbors greet one another across narrow streets. Someone borrows a cooking pot. Another shares fresh vegetables gathered that morning. Children invent games with wooden hoops and smooth stones. Friendships grow through countless ordinary moments rather than grand celebrations. Communities become strong because people quietly help one another. Inside the home, lunch is prepared. A hearty vegetable stew simmers gently. Beans, onions, leeks, carrots, seasoned with fragrant herbs from the courtyard. Fresh bread is broken into generous pieces. The aroma fills every corner of the house. No recipe is written down. Each generation learns by watching the one before. As the hottest hours of the afternoon arrive, work slows. The streets become quieter. Some families rest indoors, where thick stone walls keep the rooms pleasantly cool. Others sit beneath shaded porches, enjoying easy conversations while children nap. The town itself seems to breathe more slowly. Even the birds sing less often beneath the warm sun. Later in the afternoon, the father returns home carrying a repaired chair requested by a neighbor. His hands are dusty. His shoulders are tired. Yet he smiles as the children run to greet him. Work has ended. Family time begins again. Together they share the evening meal. Oil lamps cast warm golden light across the room. The conversation drifts from tomorrow's market to the weather, from funny moments during the day to memories told by grandparents. Outside, the stars begin appearing above the rooftops. Inside, laughter comes easily. No one imagines that historians thousands of years later might wish they knew these ordinary people. Their names will fade. Their home will eventually become ruins beneath layers of earth. Yet their lives represent the true heart of the Roman world. Not emperors, not generals, but families, quietly living one peaceful day after another. As the final lamp is gently extinguished, darkness settles over the little house. Only the distant sound of a fountain continues flowing somewhere beyond the street. The family drifts peacefully to sleep beneath wool blankets, while above them the same stars shine that we still see today. Tomorrow, our journey will continue into the workshops of Roman craftsmen, the patient potters, glassmakers, blacksmiths, and stonemasons, whose skilled hands quietly shaped the everyday objects that filled the ancient world. To be continued in Part 15. Part 15, the quiet hands that built an empire. The first light of dawn slips gently through the narrow streets of a Roman town. The rooftops are still cool from the night. A thin veil of mist lingers above the nearby river. For a few peaceful moments, the only sound is the soft cooing of pigeons perched along the red clay roof tiles. Then, almost unnoticed, another ordinary day begins. One wooden door opens, then another. Soon, workshops across the town awaken one by one. This is where much of the Roman Empire quietly takes shape. Not inside the Senate, not within the emperor's palace, but in the patient hands of ordinary craftsmen. Our first stop is the workshop of a potter. The room is simple. Shelves line the walls from floor to ceiling. Some hold smooth gray clay waiting to be shaped. Others display finished bowls, cups, jars, and cooking pots drying in the cool morning air. The scent of damp earth fills the room. It is clean, natural, comforting. The potter sits before a wooden wheel. He places a small lump of clay at its center. With one gentle push, the wheel begins to turn. Slowly at first, then steadily. His hands barely seem to move. Yet the clay responds to every touch. A simple mound becomes a graceful bowl. A bowl becomes a tall storage jar. The transformation feels almost magical. But there is no magic. Only years of quiet practice. Not every piece is perfect. Sometimes the walls become too thin. Sometimes the shape leans slightly to one side. When that happens, the clay is gently pressed back into a lump. Nothing is wasted. The lesson simply begins again. Patience is one of the potter's greatest tools. Nearby, finished pottery waits beside a large brick kiln. Later today, a carefully tended fire will harden each piece into durable ceramic. The firing lasts many hours. The temperature must remain steady. Too cool and the pottery remains weak. Too hot and it may crack. The craftsman watches the fire as carefully as a sailor watches the sea. A short walk away, another workshop glows with a warm orange light. This is the blacksmith's forge. The air carries the scent of charcoal and hot iron. Inside, the furnace burns steadily. Its warmth fills the room even on cool mornings. The blacksmith removes a glowing piece of iron with long tongs. Each strike of his hammer rings softly through the street. Clang, pause, clang, pause. The rhythm is steady, never hurried, almost musical. Today he is not making swords. Instead he shapes farming tools. A sturdy plow blade, a horseshoe, several strong nails, an iron hinge for a neighbor's door. These ordinary objects rarely appear in history books, yet they quietly improve everyday life across the empire. Without them, farms become less productive. Homes become harder to build. Roads become more difficult to maintain. Small tools support great civilizations. Farther along the street, warm sunlight pours through the windows of a glassmaker's workshop. Here, something extraordinary takes place. A gather of glowing molten glass shines, like liquid honey, at the end of a long metal pipe. The craftsman blows gently into the pipe. Slowly, a bubble begins to grow. He turns the pipe carefully, rolls it, shapes it. Within moments, a beautiful bottle begins to appear. Its walls are astonishingly thin. Its surface catches the morning light with shades of pale blue and soft green. To visitors from distant lands, such glass often seems almost magical. Children sometimes gather outside to watch. Their eyes grow wide as the glowing glass changes shape before them. Few sights in the ancient world feel so mysterious. Yet inside the workshop, the craftsmen simply continue their work. For them, beauty is created one careful breath at a time. Across the square, a stonemason begins carving a block of fine limestone. Tiny chips fall gently to the ground with every tap of his iron chisel. Tap, tap, tap. The sound echoes softly through the quiet street. He is preparing decorative stones for a public fountain. Each carved edge must fit perfectly beside the next. Stone does not forgive mistakes. Every cut requires confidence earned through years of experience. Nearby, another craftsman works with wood. Fresh cedar fills the workshop with its pleasant fragrance. Curly ribbons of wood gather beneath his bench as a hand plane glides smoothly across a rough board. Soon the board becomes perfectly flat. Then it becomes the leg of a sturdy table. Tomorrow, perhaps, it will stand inside a family's dining room for generations. Nothing leaves a Roman workshop carelessly. Every object carries the maker's reputation. A cracked bowl, a crooked chair, a poorly balanced hammer. These would quickly become known throughout the neighborhood. Pride in good work spreads quietly from one customer to the next. Trust is earned slowly. Around midday, the craftsmen pause together. They gather outside beneath the shade of a broad fig tree. Lunch is simple. Bread, cheese, olives, fresh fruit, cool water from the nearby fountain. Their conversation drifts easily from the weather to new building projects, from children's lessons to the latest shipment of fine clay arriving from another province. No one boasts. No one hurries. The afternoon will come soon enough. As the sun begins its slow journey toward the west, the workshops gradually grow quieter. Finished pottery cools beside the kiln. Fresh glass sparkles upon wooden shelves. New tools wait patiently for tomorrow's market. The blacksmith sweeps away tiny fragments of iron. The carpenter carefully oils his tools before putting them away. Every craftsman leaves the workshop a little cleaner than he found it, ready for another peaceful morning. As evening settles across the town, oil lamps begin glowing inside windows. The streets grow still. Somewhere a potter's wheel finally stops turning. The last ember in the blacksmith's forge fades from bright orange to deep red. A glassmaker closes his wooden shutters. The quiet hands that shaped the empire have finished another day's work. Tomorrow they will begin again, just as their parents did before them, and just as their children one day will. And as the stars appear above the Roman rooftops, our journey continues toward another remarkable place. The bustling marketplaces where goods from 3 continents meet, and where every ordinary purchase carries a story that began hundreds or even thousands of miles away. To be continued in Part 16. Part 16, the marketplace where the empire met. The first rays of sunlight had barely touched the rooftops when the marketplace began to awaken. At first, only a few footsteps echoed across the smooth stone streets. A merchant carefully unlocked a wooden stall. Another unfolded a linen awning to provide shade from the afternoon sun. A baker carried baskets filled with warm loaves, whose comforting aroma drifted gently through the cool morning air. The city was waking slowly, without hurry, without noise, simply following a rhythm that had repeated itself for generations. The Roman marketplace was much more than a place to buy and sell. It was where neighbors greeted one another after many days apart, where travelers shared stories from distant provinces, where children discovered new sights with wide eyes, where news spread from one corner of the empire to another, carried not by official announcements, but through ordinary conversation. Every visit felt a little different. Every day brought another story. As more people arrived, the square gradually filled with gentle activity. Farmers laid out baskets overflowing with fresh vegetables. Bright green cabbages, bundles of carrots, leeks tied neatly with twine, fragrant herbs still carrying the morning dew. Nearby, baskets of apples, pears, figs, and grapes added soft colors to the growing display. Everything had been harvested only hours earlier. Freshness was measured not in labels, but in the cool earth still clinging to the roots. Not far away, the fish market slowly came alive. Fishermen displayed their morning catch upon smooth stone tables kept cool with damp cloths. Silver fish shimmered in the sunlight. Shellfish rested inside woven baskets. The scent of the nearby sea lingered in the air, reminding everyone that before dawn these fish had still been swimming beneath gentle Mediterranean waves. The bakery quickly became one of the busiest places in the market. Warm bread disappeared almost as soon as it emerged from the ovens. Some loaves were round, others long and narrow. Many carried deep cuts across their tops, making them easier to divide among family members. The smell of fresh bread spread through every nearby street. Even travelers arriving from distant villages instinctively followed its comforting aroma. Across the square stood the cloth merchants. Rolls of finely woven linen hung beside brightly dyed wool. Some fabrics had traveled from Egypt. Others came from Greece or the eastern provinces. A wealthy customer, gently rubbed a length of soft purple cloth between careful fingers. The dye was costly. Only a few could afford garments of such richness. Most Romans dressed simply, yet everyone admired beautiful craftsmanship. Nearby, a spice merchant opened small wooden containers. Almost immediately, the air filled with wonderful fragrances. Black pepper from India, cinnamon, frankincense, myrrh. Each scent carried the memory of long journeys across deserts, mountains, rivers, and seas. Many of these spices had traveled thousands of miles before reaching this quiet Roman town. The marketplace was not merely local. It was connected to much of the known world. Children wandered through the square beside their parents. One stopped to admire colorful glass bottles that sparkled in the sunlight. Another watched a skilled basket weaver patiently finishing a large grain basket. Tiny fingers pointed toward carved wooden toys displayed by a carpenter. Simple things, yet wonderfully made. Many children treasured a single handmade toy for years. Money changed hands constantly. Bronze coins for everyday purchases. Silver coins for larger transactions. Each carried the image of the emperor, quietly reminding everyone that this busy little market belonged to something far greater than itself. An empire held together not only by armies, but by trade, trust, and shared routines. At one corner of the square, a traveling storyteller gathered a small audience. His voice remained calm, never hurried. He spoke of distant mountains where snow never melted, of great rivers flowing through endless deserts, of islands where strange birds nested along rocky cliffs. Some stories were perfectly true. Others had grown a little more colorful with every telling. No one seemed to mind. Stories, after all, were meant to travel. As the morning continued, local officials quietly walked through the marketplace. They checked measuring scales, examined weights, ensured merchants traded honestly. Fair business mattered. Trust allowed markets to flourish. Without confidence in honest trade, even the busiest marketplace could quickly become empty. By midday, the square reached its liveliest moment. Yet even now, the atmosphere remained surprisingly peaceful. There was no frantic shouting, no rushing crowds. People moved steadily from one stall to another, stopping to greet old friends, pausing to admire fine pottery, sharing small bits of news before continuing their shopping. The marketplace felt less like a business district and more like the living room of the community. As the afternoon sun warmed the paving stones, many stalls slowly began to empty. Fresh vegetables had been sold. Bread baskets grew lighter. Fish merchants packed away their remaining catch beneath damp cloth. Customers returned home carrying woven baskets filled with everything needed for supper. The square gradually became quieter once again. Before closing, many merchants carefully swept the area around their stalls. Wooden tables were folded. Canvas awnings rolled neatly into bundles. Unsold goods were packed with care. Nothing was wasted. Tomorrow would bring another market day, another sunrise, another gathering of neighbors beneath the open sky. As evening settled over the town, the marketplace stood nearly empty. Only the gentle splash of a nearby fountain disturbed the silence. A few pigeons wandered between the stone paving, searching for forgotten crumbs. Oil lamps began glowing inside nearby homes. The day's commerce had ended, but its quiet work continued in every household, where bread would be shared, vegetables prepared, and stories told around warm evening meals. And tomorrow, our journey will follow one of Rome's greatest achievements once again. Not its roads this time, but the remarkable postal system that carried letters, official messages, and personal hopes across thousands of miles. connecting families and friends throughout one of history's largest empires. To be continued in Part 17. Part 17, The Letters That Crossed an Empire. The sun had not yet climbed above the distant hills when a lone rider quietly guided his horse onto a smooth Roman road. The morning air was cool. A gentle mist rested over the fields. Tiny drops of dew sparkled on the grass like scattered pieces of silver. The world felt wonderfully still. Only the steady rhythm of hoofbeats disturbed the peaceful silence. Step by step, mile by mile, another journey had begun. The rider carried no treasure, no rare spices, no wagon filled with valuable goods. Instead, hidden safely inside a leather satchel resting against his side, were dozens of carefully folded letters. Simple pieces of writing. Yet to the people waiting hundreds of miles away, they were more precious than gold. In the Roman Empire, communication required remarkable patience. There were no telephones, no radios, no instant messages. Every letter traveled because a real person carried it across mountains, rivers, forests, and valleys. Each message represented days, sometimes weeks, of careful travel. Yet despite the distances involved, the Roman postal system became one of the most organized in the ancient world. Along the Great Road stood relay stations known as mutations. Here, tired horses rested, while fresh ones waited nearby. A courier could quickly exchange one horse for another before continuing the journey. The process took only a few minutes. Because of this simple but effective system, official messages traveled much faster than ordinary travelers. News moved steadily across the empire, linking distant provinces with remarkable efficiency. The courier reached the first station shortly after sunrise. A stable worker greeted him with a quiet nod. The tired horse was gently rubbed down and given cool water. A fresh chestnut mare was already prepared. The leather satchel never left the courier's shoulder. Every letter remained protected. Within moments, he was riding once more beneath the soft morning sky. Inside the satchel rested many different kinds of messages. One carried military orders for a frontier fort in Britain. Another contained tax records destined for provincial officials. A merchant had written to his business partner in Gaul, asking about the next shipment of olive oil. A mother waited anxiously for news from her son serving in the Roman army. Each letter held a different story. Each one carried someone's hopes. Most Romans never learned to write long letters themselves. Professional scribes often helped. A customer would carefully dictate every sentence, while the scribe wrote neatly onto papyrus using black ink and a sharpened reed pen. When finished, the letter was folded, tied with linen thread, and sealed with warm wax. Many people pressed a carved ring into the soft wax, leaving a unique mark that showed the message had not been opened during its journey. Around midday, the courier paused beneath a cluster of tall pine trees. He shared a simple meal with another traveler heading in the opposite direction. Fresh bread, a small piece of cheese, a handful of dried figs, cool spring water. Few words were spoken. Both understood that the road itself encouraged quiet companionship. Sometimes silence felt more comfortable than conversation. Far away, inside a peaceful Roman home, an elderly father watched the street each morning. His son had joined the army several months earlier. No one knew exactly when the next letter might arrive. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next week, perhaps much later. Waiting became part of everyday life. Each passing rider stirred a little hope. Every distant hoofbeat invited another possibility. When letters finally arrived, families often gathered together before opening them. The seal was broken carefully. The folded papyrus slowly unrolled. Someone read each sentence aloud while everyone listened. The words might describe ordinary weather: a healthy horse, a repaired bridge, a friend's wedding, or simply the comforting message: I am safe. Sometimes those three words meant everything. Many of these ancient letters have survived. Archaeologists discovered remarkable collections of wooden writing tablets in places where unusual conditions protected them from decay. The messages feel astonishingly familiar. One soldier politely asks his family to send warmer socks for the cold British winter. Another invites a friend to a birthday celebration. A merchant apologizes for a delayed shipment. A father asks about his daughter's health. History suddenly becomes deeply personal. The people of Rome stop feeling distant. They begin sounding very much like us. As afternoon slowly faded into evening, the courier reached another relay station. Fresh horses waited. Oil lamps were already being prepared. Although daylight was ending, the journey continued. Important messages rarely rested for long. Somewhere far ahead, someone was waiting. The road stretched onward beneath a sky turning shades of amber and rose. Small villages prepared supper. Smoke curled gently from countless chimneys. Shepherds guided their flocks home. Children laughed as they hurried indoors before darkness settled across the countryside. Life continued peacefully all around the courier. Yet inside his satchel, the quiet hopes of hundreds of people traveled with him. Night finally arrived. The stars appeared one by one above the ancient road. The courier stopped at a roadside inn. His horse received fresh hay. He carefully placed the leather satchel beside his bed before extinguishing the small oil lamp. Tomorrow would bring another sunrise, another stretch of road, another relay station, another family waiting patiently for news from someone they loved. And so, mile after mile, letter after letter, the Roman Empire remained connected, not only by stone roads and mighty aqueducts, but by words of friendship, duty, love, and hope, quietly carried across one of history's greatest civilizations. To be continued in Part 18. Part 18, the quiet seasons of the Roman countryside. The first light of spring arrived almost unnoticed. There was no grand announcement, no trumpet echoing across the hills, only the gentle return of birdsong. A cool breeze drifted through the valleys, carrying the fresh scent of damp earth and wildflowers just beginning to bloom. After the long, quiet winter, the Roman countryside slowly awakened once again. It happened the same way every year. Patiently, naturally, without hurry. For most people living in the Roman Empire, the seasons shaped nearly every part of life. The calendar was important, but the fields mattered even more. Farmers watched the changing sky with careful eyes. They noticed the first blossoms on the fruit trees, the return of migrating birds, the soft green color spreading across distant hills. Nature quietly announced what work should come next. Spring was a season of beginnings. Oxen pulled wooden plows through soft fields that had rested during the winter months. Fresh furrows stretched across the earth in long, straight lines. Seeds of wheat and barley were scattered by practiced hands. Every handful carried hope. No one could predict the harvest. Rain might arrive at the perfect time, or it might not. The future rested partly in skill, and partly in nature's quiet generosity. Nearby, vineyards slowly came back to life. Tiny green buds appeared along vines that had looked lifeless only weeks before. Experienced growers carefully trimmed away old branches. Every cut encouraged stronger growth later in the year. Good harvests often began with work that seemed almost invisible. Small improvements, quiet attention, Patient care. The orchards awakened as well. Apple trees covered themselves with delicate white blossoms. Pear trees followed soon afterward. Bees drifted lazily from flower to flower, filling the warm afternoon air with a gentle hum. Few Romans fully understood the science of pollination, yet they recognized something simple. Where bees flourished, healthy fruit often followed. As spring slowly became summer, the countryside changed once again. Days grew longer. The sun climbed higher into the bright blue sky. Fields of grain gradually turned from fresh green to soft gold. Warm breezes rippled across the landscape like waves moving across a quiet sea. The world felt wonderfully full of life. Children spent more time outdoors. They chased butterflies through flowering meadows, gathered smooth stones from clear streams, climbed ancient olive trees under the watchful eyes of their grandparents. Many of their games required nothing more than imagination. A stick became a sword. A flat stone became a toy boat. A patch of grass became an entire kingdom. Simple pleasures filled long summer afternoons. The animals adjusted to the seasons too. Sheep wandered higher into cool mountain pastures. Goats explored rocky hillsides. Oxen rested beneath broad oak trees during the hottest hours of the day. Even the village dogs found shady places beside stone walls, where cool breezes quietly drifted through. Life followed the sun. By late summer, excitement quietly grew throughout the countryside. Harvest time was approaching. The grain stood tall and heavy. Farmers gently rubbed a few heads of wheat between their fingers, checking whether the kernels were ready. No calendar could decide the perfect moment. Only experience, only careful observation. When harvest finally began, entire communities worked together. Families rose before sunrise. Neighbors helped one another without being asked. The air filled with the gentle sound of iron sickles cutting through golden fields. Bundle after bundle was carefully tied and stacked. The work was demanding, but there was satisfaction in seeing wagons slowly fill with the promise of winter bread. Autumn brought cooler evenings and softer light. The vineyards became busy with grape harvests. Large woven baskets overflowed with dark purple clusters. Children laughed as they helped gather fruit. Nearby, olive trees offered their own harvest. Small green and black olives were picked carefully by hand before being carried to heavy stone presses. The first fresh olive oil of the season carried a rich, peppery fragrance that filled the entire village. As leaves slowly turned shades of amber and bronze, preparations for winter quietly began. Firewood was stacked neatly beside every home. Grain was stored inside large clay jars. Dried herbs hung from wooden beams. Apples and figs rested safely in cool storage rooms. Every family planned carefully. A comfortable winter depended upon the work completed during autumn. Then came winter. The countryside became wonderfully still. Morning frost covered the fields with delicate crystals that sparkled beneath the pale sunlight. Smoke rose gently from chimneys. Families gathered indoors beside warm hearth fires. Grandparents told old stories, while children listened beneath thick wool blankets. Outside, the world rested. Inside, life slowed to a peaceful rhythm. Winter was not a season of idleness. Tools were repaired. Clothing was mended. New baskets were woven. Wooden furniture received careful attention. The quieter months allowed people to prepare for another busy spring. Even rest had its purpose. As one year quietly followed another, generations came and went. Children became parents. Parents became grandparents. Fields changed with the seasons exactly as they always had. Empires expanded. Emperors ruled. Borders shifted. Yet the rhythm of the countryside remained remarkably constant. The wheat still ripened beneath the summer sun. The grapes still filled the vineyards each autumn. The birds still returned every spring. Nature remembered its ancient promises. And as another peaceful winter evening settled across the Roman hills, a single family gathered around a glowing hearth. Outside, the stars shone brightly in the cold, clear sky. Inside, the fire crackled softly. Tomorrow would bring another ordinary day, another quiet season, another page in the endless story of everyday life. And tomorrow, our journey will wander into one of the empire's most fascinating places, the Roman kitchens, where simple ingredients became comforting meals, and where the familiar smells of fresh bread, herbs, olive oil, and slow-cooked stews welcomed families home at the end of every peaceful day. To be continued in Part 19. Part 19, the warm heart of a Roman kitchen. The morning begins long before the streets become busy. Outside, the sky is still painted with deep shades of blue. Only a thin ribbon of pale gold appears along the eastern horizon. Inside a quiet Roman home, however, one room is already awake. The kitchen. It is not the largest room in the house, nor the most beautiful, yet it may be the most comforting. Every day begins here. Every evening ends here. The gentle glow of the hearth quietly welcomes every member of the family. A small fire has been burning since before sunrise. Its flames are never large, only steady. Small pieces of olive would rest beneath a clay cooking pot suspended above the coals. The wood burns slowly, filling the room with a pleasant, earthy fragrance that has become familiar through countless mornings. The crackling fire provides more than warmth. It creates a feeling of home. The Roman kitchen is wonderfully simple. A sturdy wooden table stands against one wall. Nearby, shelves hold rows of clay bowls, pitchers, and cooking pots. Bundles of dried herbs hang from wooden beams overhead. Rosemary, thyme, mint, sage. As the fire gently warms the room, their delicate scents slowly fill the air. Before breakfast, grain must become flour. A woman places handfuls of wheat into a small hand mill made from smooth volcanic stone. Slowly, she turns the heavy upper stone. Round and round. The steady grinding sound fills the quiet room. Little by little, soft flour gathers beneath the mill. The work requires patience. Every loaf of bread begins with these calm, repeated movements. Fresh water is poured into a wooden bowl. Flour follows. A pinch of salt. The dough is mixed slowly by hand. Pressed, folded, turned again. No machines. No electric mixers. Only practiced hands that know exactly how the dough should feel. The rhythm is gentle, almost meditative. Nearby, another family member prepares vegetables gathered from yesterday's market. Leeks, onions, carrots, beans. Everything is chopped carefully, using a simple iron knife worn smooth by years of daily use. Nothing is wasted. Even vegetable leaves may later become part of a nourishing soup. Roman kitchens understand the value of every ingredient. The bread is placed inside a clay oven already warmed by glowing coals. Soon, the comforting aroma begins drifting through the entire house. Few smells are more welcoming than fresh bread. Even neighbors passing along the narrow street outside notice it. For a brief moment they smile. Some scents seem timeless. Breakfast itself remains modest. Warm bread is broken into generous pieces. Fresh goat cheese is placed upon wooden plates. Olives sit inside small clay bowls. Sweet figs provide a touch of natural sweetness. For the children, cool spring water. For many adults, watered wine, a common drink throughout much of the Roman world. The meal is quiet, comfortable. There is no hurry to leave the table. After breakfast, the kitchen becomes busy once again. Today, a large pot of vegetable stew will slowly cook throughout the afternoon. The ingredients are wonderfully ordinary. Beans, lentils, onions, garlic, carrots, leeks, a handful of herbs, a splash of olive oil, water from the nearby fountain. Together they become something far greater than the individual ingredients alone. Simple food prepared with care. Olive oil is perhaps the most important ingredient in the Roman kitchen. It is used for cooking, for preserving food, for seasoning vegetables, even for lighting lamps after sunset. Large clay jars of golden oil stand carefully stored in cool corners of the pantry. Every drop represents months of careful work in distant olive groves. A basket of eggs rests beside the hearth. Nearby, fresh herbs are chopped into small pieces before being mixed into a simple egg dish cooked over the glowing coals. Nothing about the meal is extravagant, yet it is nourishing, wholesome, comforting. The finest Roman cooks often understand that excellent food depends more upon fresh ingredients than expensive ones. Outside, the afternoon sun warms the streets. Inside, the stew continues simmering quietly. Tiny bubbles rise gently to the surface before disappearing once again. The aroma grows richer with every passing hour. No one constantly stirs the pot. Good stews ask only for time. The fire does the rest. As evening approaches, family members gradually return home. One arrives carrying freshly repaired tools. Another brings herbs from the garden. Children proudly carry a basket of apples gathered from a nearby orchard. Their footsteps fill the hallway. Soon the kitchen is no longer quiet. Soft conversations begin. Gentle laughter follows. The room feels wonderfully alive. The evening meal is served, while the last golden sunlight shines through the doorway. Bread still warm from the oven. The slow-cooked vegetable stew. Fresh olives. Cheese. A few ripe grapes for dessert. Perhaps a little honey drizzled across warm bread as a special treat. The food is simple, yet every bite reflects the work of farmers, bakers, gardeners, potters, and countless others whose quiet labor made the meal possible. As darkness settles outside, the fire burns lower. Clay bowls are carefully washed. The remaining bread is wrapped in cloth for tomorrow morning. The last glowing embers softly illuminate the room with warm orange light. One by one, the family wishes each other good night. The hearth remains warm, even after the voices grow quiet. It has watched over this home for many years. It will welcome another sunrise tomorrow. Outside, the stars fill the Roman sky. The streets become peaceful once more. Inside the little kitchen, only the gentle crackle of the dying fire can be heard. It is a humble room. Yet within these simple walls, generations have shared meals, stories, laughter, and ordinary moments that history books rarely record. And perhaps that is what makes it so extraordinary. Tomorrow, our calm journey through the ancient world will carry us to the magnificent Roman gardens, peaceful places of flowing fountains, fragrant flowers, singing birds, and shaded pathways where people escaped the noise of everyday life and discovered quiet moments beneath the open sky. To be continued in Part 20. Part 20, the gardens where time slowed down. The first light of dawn arrives quietly over the rooftops of Rome. The streets are still empty. Market stalls remain closed. Even the fountains seem to whisper more softly in the cool morning air. Beyond the stone walls of a peaceful villa, A wooden gate slowly opens. A gardener steps inside with a woven basket in one hand and a small bronze watering can in the other. He pauses for a moment, not to begin work immediately, but simply to listen. Birds are already singing among the cypress branches. A gentle breeze stirs the leaves of the olive trees. Somewhere nearby, water trickles softly from a marble fountain. The garden has awakened before the city. To the Romans, a garden was much more than a place to grow plants. It was a place to rest the mind, a quiet corner where conversation became slower, where books were read without interruption, where philosophers reflected on life's greatest questions while watching butterflies drift between flowers. Many believed that peace could be cultivated just as carefully as roses. As the sun rises higher, tiny drops of dew sparkle on every blade of grass. Spider webs stretched between low shrubs shine like delicate silver threads. A robin lands beside a stone pathway, tilting its head as it searches for insects hidden beneath the damp earth. Nothing in the garden seems hurried. Nature keeps its own gentle schedule. The gardener begins with the roses. Their blossoms range from soft white to deep crimson. Some are fully open. Others remain tightly wrapped, waiting for another warm afternoon before unfolding. He carefully removes faded flowers so new ones may bloom. Every movement is slow and deliberate. Years of experience have taught him that healthy gardens respond best to gentle hands. Nearby, rows of fragrant herbs fill the morning air with pleasant scents. Lavender sways softly in the breeze. Rosemary grows in neat clusters beside thyme and sage. Mint spreads eagerly along the edge of a shaded path. These plants are not grown only for beauty. They flavor meals, soothe illnesses, freshen homes. In the Roman world, gardens served both the eye and the household. Stone pathways wind peacefully through every corner of the grounds. Some lead toward shaded benches beneath tall plane trees. Others circle quiet ponds where lilies float gracefully upon still water. Visitors rarely walk quickly here. The winding paths encourage wandering rather than rushing. Sometimes the longest route is the most rewarding. At the heart of the garden stands a marble fountain. Clear water rises gently before falling into a round stone basin below. The sound is constant, soft, unchanging. It masks the distant noise of the city beyond the walls. Many visitors choose to sit nearby for hours, listening only to the water and the birds overhead. Vines climb wooden trellises covered with clusters of ripe grapes. Their broad leaves create cool patches of shade where families gather during warm afternoons. Children often play beneath the vines, while grandparents quietly tell stories from long ago. The garden becomes a place where generations naturally spend time together. Fruit trees surround the outer edges of the property. Fig trees bend beneath the weight of sweet fruit. Pomegranate trees display bright red blossoms. Pear and apple trees provide welcome shade during the hottest months of summer. Each season offers something different. The garden is never exactly the same twice. Butterflies drift lazily from flower to flower. Honeybees hum contentedly among the blossoms. Dragonflies skim across the surface of the pond, like tiny flashes of blue and green. Even the smallest creatures contribute to the peaceful rhythm of the place. The Romans may not fully understand ecology, but they recognize that healthy gardens are full of life. By late morning, visitors begin arriving. A retired senator carries a scroll of poetry beneath his arm. He settles onto a stone bench overlooking the fountain. Nearby, two friends stroll slowly beneath the cypress trees, discussing philosophy with quiet voices. Not every conversation seeks agreement. Sometimes the purpose is simply to think together. At midday, the sunlight becomes warm but never uncomfortable beneath the shade of the trees. A family enjoys a simple picnic. Fresh bread, cheese, olives, figs, cool spring water poured into clay cups. No grand celebration is taking place. Only an ordinary meal, enjoyed in beautiful surroundings. Often, those become the moments remembered most fondly. As afternoon gently passes, the gardener continues his work. A young olive tree is tied to a wooden stake so it may grow straight. A broken branch is carefully trimmed. New flower seeds are planted in freshly turned soil. The work is quiet, almost invisible. Yet the beauty visitors admire depends upon these small acts repeated every single day. Toward evening, golden sunlight filters through the branches. Long shadows stretch across the winding paths. The fountain glows softly beneath the fatting sky. Birdsong slowly gives way to the gentle chorus of crickets. The air grows cooler. The scent of jasmine becomes stronger as dusk approaches. One by one, visitors begin leaving. The garden grows peaceful once more. The gardener closes the wooden gate behind the last guest. He pauses beside the fountain. The water continues flowing exactly as it did this morning, exactly as it will tomorrow. Some things require no audience to remain beautiful. Above the quiet garden, the first stars begin appearing in the darkening Roman sky. The flowers fold gently for the night. The birds settle into their nests. Only the steady music of flowing water remains. Here, surrounded by trees, flowers, and moonlight, it becomes easy to understand why so many Romans escape to gardens whenever they wish to leave the busy world behind. Tomorrow, our journey will continue to the peaceful harbors of the Mediterranean, where fishing boats, merchant ships, and patient sailors followed the winds and stars across calm blue waters, connecting distant lands through quiet voyages that shaped the ancient world. To be continued in Part 21. Part 21, The Quiet Harbors of the Mediterranean. The sky is still wrapped in soft shades of indigo when the harbor begins to stir. The stars remain visible overhead, reflected like tiny silver lights upon the calm sea. A cool breeze carries the gentle scent of salt, seaweed, and weathered wood. For a few peaceful moments, the only sound is the quiet lapping of waves against stone docks. The Mediterranean has not yet awakened. Neither have most of the people who depend upon it. Soon, however, another gentle day upon the sea will begin. Along the harbor, dozens of wooden ships rest patiently beside sturdy stone piers. Their sails are neatly folded. Heavy ropes, worn smooth by years of use, hold each vessel securely in place. Small lanterns still glow faintly aboard several ships, their warm light dancing across the dark water. Everything feels calm, almost timeless. A fisherman quietly unties his modest boat. Its wooden hull bears the marks of many seasons. Each scratch tells a story. Each repaired plank reminds him of storms survived and safe journeys completed. He steps aboard with practiced confidence. No movement is wasted. He has repeated this morning ritual for decades. Nearby, larger merchant vessels prepare for longer voyages. Crew members inspect ropes. Others fold spare sails with careful hands. Clay jars filled with fresh water are carried aboard. Bundles of dried food are stacked neatly below deck. Every item has its proper place. At sea, careful preparation often matters more than strength. As the eastern sky slowly turns pale gold, the first rays of sunlight touch the tops of the masts. Seagulls circle overhead, calling to one another as fishermen begin casting their nets. The birds have learned that morning fishing often brings easy meals. They wait patiently. Nature and people have shared these harbors for generations. One merchant studies the weather before giving the signal to depart. He watches the clouds, feels the direction of the breeze, observes the gentle movement of the waves. Roman sailors possess no modern forecasts. Instead, they trust careful observation passed down through centuries of experience. The sea always offers clues to those willing to notice them. The harbor master walks slowly along the dock. He greets familiar captains with a smile, checks cargo lists, records arrivals and departures on wax tablets. His work may appear ordinary, yet every careful note helps keep the busy harbor organized. Behind every successful voyage stand countless quiet tasks rarely celebrated. As the morning grows brighter, ships begin leaving one by one. The first sails catch the fresh breeze. Wood creaks softly. The water parts gently beneath each bow. No engines disturb the silence. Only wind, current, and patient hands guiding wooden rudders. The Mediterranean rewards those who travel with it, not against it. Far from shore, the sea appears endless. Yet Roman sailors rarely lose their way. By day, they follow the coastline whenever possible. They recognize familiar cliffs, islands, and mountain peaks. By night, they lift their eyes toward the stars. The steady light of the North Star helps guide them. Certain constellations become trusted companions, returning season after season above the open water. Below deck, cargo rests safely inside large clay jars called amphorae. Some contain olive oil from Spain. Others hold wine from Italy. Still others carry grain from Egypt, glass from Syria, fine pottery from Greece. These quiet ships connect 3 continents. Long before railroads or airplanes, the Mediterranean serves as the ancient world's greatest highway. By midday, the sea shimmers beneath the bright sun. Flying fish occasionally leap above the waves. Dolphins appear beside one merchant ship, swimming effortlessly alongside the bow before disappearing once again into the deep blue water. The sailors pause to watch. Moments like these never grow ordinary, no matter how many voyages they have completed. Lunch aboard ship is simple. Fresh bread, dried figs, cheese, olives, cool water stored carefully in clay jars. The crew gathers beneath a small patch of shade cast by the sail. Conversation is quiet. Many simply enjoy the gentle rocking of the ship and the endless horizon stretching in every direction. By late afternoon, another harbor slowly appears in the distance. At first, only a faint outline. Then the tops of buildings. Finally, the busy docks themselves. Smoke rises from nearby homes. Fishing boats return with their catch. Children wave excitedly from the shoreline as arriving ships glide toward the harbor entrance. Every arrival brings news from distant places. New goods, new faces, new stories. As evening approaches, the harbor becomes peaceful once more. The merchant ships are tied securely beside the docks. Cargo remains untouched until morning. The fishermen clean their nets before hanging them neatly to dry. Seagulls settle upon wooden posts overlooking the quiet water. The day's work is complete. The sun slowly disappears beyond the western horizon. The sea reflects soft shades of gold, rose, and deep violet. One by one, oil lamps begin glowing aboard the ships. Their reflections shimmer gently across the calm harbor like tiny floating stars. Some sailors quietly write letters home. Others simply sit upon the deck, listening to the waves. The sea asks for nothing. It simply breathes. Night settles peacefully across the Mediterranean. Above, countless stars return to the sky. Below, the water mirrors their quiet light. Tomorrow, another sunrise will send new ships across familiar waters, just as it has for countless generations. The Mediterranean will continue carrying merchants, fishermen, explorers, and dreamers between distant shores, patiently connecting civilizations one gentle voyage at a time. And tomorrow, our calm journey will lead us into the quiet mountain villages of the Roman world, where shepherds, stone cottages, winding trails, and slow-changing seasons reveal another peaceful chapter in the everyday life of the ancient empire. To be continued in Part 22. Part 22, the mountain villages above the clouds. The morning arrives slowly in the highlands. Before the sun reaches the valleys below, its first gentle light touches the mountain peaks. The air is cool and wonderfully fresh. A thin veil of mist curls around the rocky hillsides, drifting quietly between ancient pine trees. Far below, rivers sparkle like silver ribbons, winding peacefully through forests and fields. Up here, the world seems to move at a different pace. Slower, softer, almost untouched by time. A small village rests on a gentle slope overlooking the valley. Its cottages are built from rough gray stone, gathered from the surrounding mountains. Their roofs are covered with wooden shingles, darkened by years of rain and winter snow. Smoke rises lazily from a few chimneys, carrying the comforting scent of burning oak into the crisp morning air. The village is awake, though no one is in a hurry. The first sound of the day is not the ringing of bells. It is the soft clinking of sheep bells echoing across the hills. A shepherd opens a simple wooden gate. One by one, the sheep wander out into the morning light. Lambs skip playfully through the dew-covered grass, while the older sheep move with quiet confidence, already knowing the familiar trails. The shepherd follows behind with a smooth wooden staff, walking slowly, never needing to raise his voice. The flock knows the way. The mountain paths are narrow and winding. Wildflowers bloom between scattered rocks. Purple heather, white daisies, bright yellow broom flowers, tiny blue gentians. Butterflies drift lazily from blossom to blossom, while bees hum softly in the cool morning air. Even the insects seem unhurried here. Higher still, the shepherd reaches a broad meadow. The grass is rich and green after the spring rains. The sheep spread out peacefully, grazing beneath the open sky. Nearby, a loyal sheepdog watches carefully from a rocky outcrop. Its eyes remain alert, yet its body is perfectly still. There is little danger today, only quiet responsibility. Not far away, a small stream tumbles over smooth stones. The water is crystal clear, flowing down from melting snow higher in the mountains. The shepherd kneels beside it, cupping the cold water in his hands before taking a long drink. It is fresh, pure. The same water has flowed through these mountains for countless generations. Back in the village, daily life unfolds with gentle rhythm. A woman hangs freshly washed wool blankets beneath the warm morning sun. An elderly man repairs a wooden fence, replacing weathered posts with carefully carved new ones. Two children gather fallen pine cones, laughing quietly as they compete to find the largest. Simple work fills the day. Simple joys fill the heart. Inside one cottage, the smell of fresh bread drifts through the open doorway. A cast iron pot hangs above a small fire, where vegetable soup simmers slowly. The walls are decorated with woven baskets, dried herbs, and hand-carved wooden shelves. Everything has its purpose. Nothing is unnecessary. The home feels warm not because it is large, but because it is lived in. By late morning, travelers appear along the mountain road. A merchant leading two sturdy mules pauses at the village well. His journey began days ago in the lowlands. He exchanges greetings with the villagers before filling his water skins. In return, he shares news from distant towns. The harvest has been good. A new bridge has been completed. A festival will soon begin in the nearest city. For the villagers, such stories are windows into a much larger world. At midday, the mountain breeze carries the scent of pine resin and wild thyme. Cloud shadows drift slowly across the hillsides. The shepherd rests beneath a broad oak tree while his flock grazes nearby. He removes a small loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a handful of dried figs from his satchel. His meal is modest, yet surrounded by mountains, birdsong, and endless sky, it feels like a feast. As afternoon unfolds, skilled craftsmen continue their quiet work. A woodcarver shapes a sturdy walking stick from ash wood. A spinner patiently twists soft wool into strong thread. A grandmother teaches her granddaughter how to knit warm winter socks, explaining each careful movement with gentle patience. Knowledge is never hurried. It is passed from one pair of hands to another. Toward evening, the flock begins its slow journey home. The sheep know the path without guidance. Golden sunlight stretches across the mountains, painting the rocky cliffs in warm shades of amber and rose. Long shadows reach across the valleys. The air grows cooler once more. Birdsong gradually gives way to the soft chirping of crickets. Back in the village, lanterns begin glowing inside stone cottages. Families gather around warm hearths. Simple suppers are shared. Fresh bread, goat cheese, roasted vegetables, warm soup. Outside, the stars appear with astonishing clarity. Far from the bright lights of great cities, the heavens seem endless. The Milky Way stretches across the sky like a quiet river of light. Children listen as grandparents point toward familiar constellations, telling stories that have traveled across generations. The village slowly falls asleep. Only the gentle sound of the mountain stream continues through the night. The sheep rest safely inside their stone enclosure. The shepherd quietly closes the wooden gate before looking once toward the stars. Tomorrow will be much like today. The same peaceful paths, the same mountain breeze, the same comforting rhythm. And perhaps that is the greatest treasure of all. For in these quiet mountain villages, life is measured not by glory or wealth, but by the changing seasons, the kindness of neighbors, and the timeless beauty of the land itself. Tomorrow, our calm journey will descend from the mountains and visit the peaceful monasteries and places of quiet reflection that gradually began appearing across the later Roman world, where silence, learning, and gentle routines shaped another remarkable chapter of history. To be continued in Part 23. Part 23, The Quiet Keepers of Wisdom. As the first pale light of dawn spreads across the hills, the mountain village disappears behind us. A narrow stone road winds gently through forests of oak and pine, where morning mist hangs between the branches like soft white ribbons. The air is cool. The only sounds are birds greeting the sunrise and the distant murmur of a small stream flowing over smooth stones. After several peaceful miles, the trees begin to open. Ahead stands a quiet community built of pale limestone. Simple, graceful, timeless, it is a place devoted not to wealth or power, but to learning, reflection, and quiet work. The courtyard is still. A small fountain sends clear water into a round stone basin. Its gentle splash becomes the heartbeat of the entire place. Lavender grows beside the pathways. Cypress trees stand motionless in the cool morning air. The scent of rosemary and fresh earth drifts through the gardens. Even before meeting anyone, the peaceful atmosphere can be felt. As the sun rises higher, the day's gentle routines begin. Some residents tend vegetable gardens. Others gather herbs for cooking and simple remedies. A few sweep the stone walkways until every corner is clean. No task is considered too small. Every bit of work contributes to the harmony of the community. one quiet building holds something especially precious. A room filled with books. Not printed books as we know them today, but carefully copied manuscripts and scrolls. Wooden shelves line the walls. Each manuscript represents months of patient effort. Every page has been written by hand. Every letter carefully shaped with ink and a steady hand. Inside, the silence is almost complete. Only the soft scratching of quills upon parchment can be heard. One scribe carefully copies a work of history. Another preserves an ancient poem. A third illustrates the edge of a page, with delicate vines and flowers painted in gentle colors. They work slowly, not because they are tired, because they know that careful work deserves careful time. Many of the texts being copied are centuries old. Some come from Greek philosophers. Others preserve Roman law. Some describe medicine, astronomy, mathematics, geography. Even after cities change and empires shift, knowledge quietly survives because ordinary people choose to preserve it. Often, history owes as much to careful copyists as it does to famous rulers. Near a sunlit window, an elderly teacher sits with 3 young students. Their lesson is simple. They practice reading aloud, one line at a time. Mistakes are corrected gently. Questions are welcomed. No one laughs when someone struggles. Learning here is patient. Curiosity is encouraged. The goal is not speed. It is understanding. Outside, the gardens continue to flourish. Rows of vegetables grow beside flowering plants. Bees move lazily from blossom to blossom. A gardener kneels beside a patch of herbs, gently removing weeds one by one. He smiles as a robin lands nearby, searching for insects in the freshly turned soil. The bird seems almost like another member of the quiet community. By midday, everyone gathers for a simple meal. Warm bread, fresh vegetables, olives, cheese, seasonal fruit, cool spring water. Conversation remains soft and thoughtful. There are comfortable moments when no one speaks at all. The silence never feels empty. It feels peaceful. During the afternoon, visitors sometimes arrive from distant towns. A traveler may seek a quiet place to rest. A scholar may come searching for a rare manuscript. A local farmer might ask someone to read an official document received from the city. The community welcomes each guest with kindness. Knowledge, after all, becomes more valuable when it is shared. As the sun begins its slow descent, the copyists carefully clean their quills. Small jars of ink are sealed. Finished pages are placed beneath smooth wooden boards to dry. Each completed manuscript is wrapped in cloth before being stored safely on the shelves. Nothing is rushed. Even ending the day is done with care. Outside, golden light filters through the cypress trees. The fountain continues its endless song. Swallows dart across the evening sky, catching tiny insects above the gardens. A cool breeze carries the scent of lavender through the quiet courtyard. It is difficult to tell whether the place has changed at all since sunrise. Its beauty lies in its gentle consistency. As darkness settles over the hills, small oil lamps begin glowing inside the stone buildings. Their warm light shines softly through narrow windows. One final reader finishes a page before carefully closing a manuscript. The room grows still once more. Outside, the stars appear above the silent gardens. The same stars watched over the scholars of Greece. The same stars guided Roman sailors across the Mediterranean. The same stars now shine above this peaceful place, where wisdom is quietly protected for future generations. And tomorrow, our calm journey will continue into the vineyards of the ancient world, where patient hands transform simple grapes into wine through traditions that have remained almost unchanged for thousands of years. To be continued in Part 24. Part 24, The Vineyards Beneath the Golden Sun. The first light of dawn spreads gently across the rolling hills. A thin blanket of mist rests between long rows of grapevines, softening the landscape until it almost resembles a painting. The air is cool and fresh. Tiny droplets of dew cling to every leaf, sparkling like scattered pearls as the rising sun slowly climbs above the horizon. Somewhere in the distance, a rooster announces the new day. Closer by, a blackbird begins its cheerful morning song. The vineyard awakens quietly, just as it has for generations. The hills are covered with endless rows of vines. Each one has been carefully planted, trimmed, and guided over many years. To an unfamiliar visitor, the rows may seem almost identical, but the vineyard keeper knows every corner by heart. He remembers which vines produce the sweetest grapes, which rows receive the earliest sunlight, which patches of soil remain cool even during the hottest weeks of summer. His knowledge has been gathered slowly, season after season. As the morning breeze moves gently across the hills, the grape leaves whisper softly to one another. It is a sound so delicate that it almost disappears beneath the singing of birds. The leaves dance in the sunlight, casting tiny moving shadows upon the earth below. The vineyard seems alive, not with excitement, but with peaceful purpose. The workers arrive shortly after sunrise. Each carries a woven basket and a small curved pruning knife. They greet one another warmly before spreading across the rows. No one rushes. The vines reward careful attention rather than hurried work. Each cluster of grapes is examined before being gently lifted into the basket. Only the ripest fruit is chosen. Everything else is left for another day beneath the warm Mediterranean sun. Among the vines, butterflies drift lazily from wildflowers growing between the rows. Honeybees continue their quiet work, visiting blossoms that will become next year's harvest. Small lizards warm themselves upon sunlit stones before disappearing into the grass as footsteps approach. Life fills every corner of the vineyard, not only the vines themselves. By late morning, the baskets begin filling with grapes of many colors. Deep purple, rich blue, soft green, golden amber. Each variety offers its own flavor and character. Some will become light wines enjoyed during warm afternoons. Others will age patiently for years inside cool cellars. Time changes grapes into something entirely new. At the edge of the vineyard stands a simple stone farmhouse. Its walls remain pleasantly cool, even beneath the midday sun. Outside, long wooden tables have been prepared beneath a broad fig tree. The workers pause for lunch. Fresh bread, goat cheese, olives, figs, a handful of almonds, cool spring water. The meal is modest, yet surrounded by gentle hills and open skis. It feels wonderfully satisfying. Conversation drifts easily from family stories to weather, from childhood memories to hopes for the coming harvest. After lunch, attention turns toward the wine press. A large stone basin waits beneath a shaded roof. Freshly harvested grapes are carefully poured inside. In many Roman vineyards, workers gently crush the fruit using their bare feet, moving slowly and rhythmically. The goal is not force. It is care. The skins release their rich juices while the seeds remain largely untouched, preventing bitterness. The sweet fragrance of fresh grapes fills the warm afternoon air. The juice flows into waiting clay jars. Large amphoras stand neatly arranged inside a cool storage room. Some are sealed immediately. Others remain open for careful observation, as fermentation quietly begins. Although Roman winemakers do not fully understand the science behind the process, they know from generations of experience that patience is essential. Wine cannot be hurried. Nature decides its own pace. Nearby, skilled potters have created the amphorae used to store the finished wine. Each jar bears a small mark identifying its maker. Some also record the vineyard or the year of harvest. These simple markings quietly preserve history. Centuries later, archaeologists will discover many of these very jars beneath layers of earth, revealing stories that might otherwise have been forgotten. As afternoon slowly becomes evening, golden sunlight washes across the hills. The vines glow softly beneath the warm light. Long shadows stretch between the rows. A shepherd leads his flock along a distant hillside. The sound of sheep bells drifts gently across the valley, blending with the rustling leaves. The vineyard breathes with the rhythm of the land itself. The workers finish their final baskets before sunset. The tools are cleaned. The baskets stacked neatly. The day's harvest rests safely inside cool stone buildings. Tomorrow, more grapes will be gathered. The work continues little by little, one row at a time, one season after another. As darkness settles over the hills, the farmhouse windows begin glowing with warm lamplight. Families gather for supper. Fresh bread is broken. Simple stories are shared. Laughter rises softly into the cool evening air. Outside, the vineyard becomes wonderfully still. The vines rest beneath a sky filled with countless stars. The same stars watched over these hills long before Rome became an empire. They continue shining quietly, asking for nothing, expecting nothing, simply marking the passage of another peaceful night. And tomorrow, our journey will follow one of Rome's oldest traditions, the making of bread itself, from golden fields of wheat to the warm ovens that filled every town with one of history's most comforting aromas. To be continued in Part 25. Part 25, the bread that nourished an empire. The sky is only beginning to brighten when the first millstones start to turn. Their slow, steady rhythm echoes softly across the quiet countryside. Round and round, again and again, before the streets awaken, before the markets open, before the first merchants arrange their stalls, the making of bread has already begun. For the people of the Roman world, no food is more familiar. No meal feels complete without it. Our journey begins in a field of golden wheat. A gentle breeze rolls across the grain like waves upon a peaceful sea. Each stalk bends gracefully beneath the morning wind. The harvest has been gathered only days before. Now bundles of wheat rest neatly beside the fields, waiting for the next stage of their long journey. From seed to loaf, every piece of bread carries the quiet work of many hands. Nearby, a farmer separates the grain from the stalks. Oxen walk slowly in careful circles across a smooth stone floor, pulling a heavy wooden sled. The steady movement loosens the kernels from their husks. Dust rises gently into the warm morning air before drifting away on the breeze. The work is repetitive, patient, almost hypnotic. Once cleaned, the grain travels to the village mill. Here, enormous circular stones patiently grind each kernel into soft flour. The sound is comforting, a low, constant rumble that has greeted countless Roman mornings. Some mills are powered by people, others by donkeys. A few larger ones even use the flowing force of nearby rivers. Whatever the source of energy, the goal remains the same. Transform hard grain into fine flour. Inside the bakery, warm firelight flickers against brick walls. The baker arrived long before sunrise. He knows that the entire town depends upon today's loaves. Large wooden bowls stand ready upon sturdy tables. Fresh flour is poured inside. Cool water follows. A pinch of salt. A piece of fermented dough saved from yesterday's baking. Slowly, the mixture comes together beneath experienced hands. The baker kneads the dough with quiet confidence. Press, fold, turn, press again. The movements are smooth from years of practice. No recipe hangs upon the wall. No measuring cups are needed. His hands know when the dough feels right. Knowledge has passed from one generation to the next through observation, rather than written instructions. Once prepared, the dough rests beneath clean linen cloths. The room grows wonderfully quiet. Time now becomes one of the ingredients. While the dough slowly rises, the baker carefully prepares the oven. Roman ovens are impressive structures built from brick and clay. A roaring fire burns inside until the thick walls absorb enough heat. When the temperature is just right, the glowing embers are gently swept aside. The warm bricks themselves bake the bread evenly from every direction. It is simple engineering, remarkably effective. Soon, the risen dough is shaped into round loaves. Many Roman loaves are divided into wedge-shaped sections before baking. This clever design allows families to break the bread apart easily without needing a knife. Some loaves are plain. Others include herbs, olives, or seeds gathered from nearby fields. Each baker adds small touches that make the bread uniquely his own. The first loaves disappear into the glowing oven. The heavy wooden door closes. For a little while, nothing happens. At least, nothing visible. Inside, quiet transformation begins. The heat slowly changes soft dough into fragrant bread. Patience once again proves essential. Then comes one of history's most comforting moments. The aroma. Warm bread fills the bakery with a rich, welcoming fragrance. Soon it drifts into the nearby streets. Windows open. Children smile. Neighbors know exactly what the smell means. Another day has truly begun. By mid-morning, customers begin arriving with woven baskets. Some purchase only a single loaf. Others carry enough bread to feed large families. A traveler buys fresh bread before continuing along the Roman road. A soldier stops briefly while delivering official messages. An elderly woman exchanges friendly conversation with the baker she has known for decades. The bakery becomes more than a place of business. It becomes part of the community itself. Bread accompanies nearly every Roman meal. It is dipped into warm vegetable stews, served beside fresh cheese and olives, eaten with fruit during harvest season, shared at celebrations, offered to unexpected guests, broken among friends. Its simplicity makes it universal. Rich or poor, nearly everyone knows the comfort of fresh bread. As afternoon fades toward evening, the final loaves cool upon wooden shelves. The baker sweeps the stone floor. The oven slowly releases the last of its warmth. Tomorrow's small piece of fermented dough is carefully set aside. Today's work quietly prepares tomorrow's beginning. Nothing is wasted. Everything has its place. Outside, the setting sun paints the sky with soft shades of gold and rose. The scent of freshly baked bread still lingers gently in the air. Families gather around evening tables. Warm loaves are broken by hand. Stories are shared. Children laugh. Oil lamps glow softly against stone walls. Another ordinary day draws peacefully to a close. As darkness settles over the Roman countryside, the bakery grows silent. Only the faint warmth of the brick oven remains. The millstones have stopped turning. The fields rest beneath a sky filled with stars. Yet before long, another dawn will arrive. The wheat will become flour once more. The flour will become dough. The dough will become bread, and the quiet rhythm that nourished an empire for centuries will begin again. Tomorrow, our gentle journey will continue to the peaceful olive groves of the Mediterranean, where ancient trees, some already centuries old in Roman times, quietly offered one of the empire's most treasured gifts, golden olive oil, pressed with patience and care beneath the warm southern sun. To be continued in Part 26. Part 26, The Olive Trees That Remembered Centuries, Final Part. The first light of morning arrives gently over the Mediterranean hills. A soft breeze moves through rows of ancient olive trees, their silvery green leaves shimmering like tiny mirrors beneath the rising sun. The air is cool. The earth still carries the freshness of the night. Somewhere in the distance, a dove begins its quiet morning call. The grove awakens slowly, just as it has for hundreds of years. Some of these olive trees are already old by Roman standards. Their trunks are thick and beautifully twisted. Their bark is rough beneath the touch of time. Each scar tells the story of countless summers, winters, storms, and peaceful mornings. An olive tree asks for patience. It grows slowly, yet it rewards generations. A grandfather plants a sapling. His grandson gathers its fruit. His great-grandchildren rest beneath its shade. Few gifts from nature teach patience so gently. As the morning grows brighter, families arrive carrying woven baskets. The harvest begins quietly. Hands carefully reach into the branches. Dark purple olives, bright green olives. Each one is gently picked and placed into the baskets. No one rushes. Bruised fruit makes poorer oil. Care matters more than speed. Children help by gathering olives that have fallen naturally onto clean cloths spread beneath the trees. They laugh softly as they compete to fill their baskets. Nearby, grandparents share stories about harvests long ago. The olive grove becomes more than a workplace. It becomes a place where memories are made. By midday, the baskets are carried to the village press. At its center stands a massive circular stone wheel. Slowly turned by a patient donkey, it crushes the olives into a rich, fragrant paste. The room fills with the fresh scent of fruit and leaves. It is earthy, clean, comforting. The crushed olives are carefully spread onto woven mats, one atop another, then placed beneath a heavy wooden press. Gradually, golden drops begin to appear. At first, only a few, then a steady stream. The fresh olive oil shines in the sunlight like liquid gold. For the Romans, olive oil is part of everyday life. It flavors bread. It enriches soups and vegetables. It lights lamps after sunset. It softens leather. It perfumes the skin. It even plays a role in athletic competitions and religious ceremonies. One simple tree quietly supports countless parts of daily life. As evening approaches, the day's fresh oil is poured into large clay amphorae. Each jar is carefully sealed. Some will remain nearby. Others will travel across the Mediterranean aboard merchant ships, reaching distant ports hundreds of miles away. Within each jar travels not only oil, but the patient work of an entire community. The sun slowly sinks toward the western sea. Golden light spreads across the grove. Long shadows stretch beneath the ancient trees. The breeze grows cooler. Birds settle into their nests. The harvest has ended for today. Tomorrow will bring another peaceful morning. Another basket. Another press. Another quiet rhythm that has remained unchanged for centuries. Now, as our long journey through the ancient world gently comes to its end, we pause for one final look. We have wandered beside the timeless Nile, walked the smooth Roman roads, listened to the songs of busy marketplaces, shared warm bread inside humble kitchens, rested beneath quiet garden fountains, crossed the blue Mediterranean on wooden ships, climbed peaceful mountain paths, watched patient scribes preserve knowledge by candlelight, followed the changing seasons through fields, vineyards, orchards, and olive groves. Along the way, we discovered something remarkable. History is not only the story of emperors, great battles, and famous monuments. It is also the story of ordinary mornings, of neighbors greeting one another, of families sharing simple meals, of craftsmen shaping clay with careful hands, of children laughing beneath olive trees, of shepherds watching quiet hills at sunset. These gentle moments rarely appear in history books, yet together they form the true heartbeat of the ancient world. Tonight, as the stars shine above us just as they did 2,000 years ago, the voices of those ordinary people seem almost close enough to hear. Not loudly, only softly, like a distant breeze moving through ancient trees. Their homes have become ruins. Their names have mostly been forgotten. Yet their kindness, patience, curiosity, and quiet daily lives still echo across history. And perhaps, in the peaceful rhythm of their world, we find something comforting for our own. So let the night grow quiet. Let the gentle breeze carry the last whispers of the ancient world across the sleeping hills. And may your dreams wander peacefully through those timeless roads, calm rivers, golden fields, silent libraries, and moonlit olive groves, where history never truly ends. The end